Chapter 1032. Strictly speaking, Li Cheng and Yang Chen were just acquaintances. They spoke a few words when they first entered the demon continent. This was the second time. And although the two were facing the same enemy this time, the purpose of the attack was different. Yang Chen was resisting the other party's attempt to kill him, while Li Cheng was trying to maintain the rules of the gathering point of the demon continent. Therefore, although the two had drunk a lot of wine and had a very congenial exchange, they were at best two drinking buddies, not close friends. After drinking, Li Cheng did not stay with Yang Chen all the time, but found a room to cultivate by himself. There were many rooms in this gathering point, which was a safe place for people to cultivate. It was very easy to find a room. Li Cheng didn't even look at the Chenkuan bag placed at the door of the room where the two were drinking. He directly kicked half of it to Yang Chen according to the quantity, and took the other half away without hesitation. Li Cheng cultivated by himself, but Yang Chen was not so focused, but first came out to see if he could buy some devilish bead in the near future. While increasing some wealth, he could also absorb some high concentration of demonic energy. Since Li Cheng said that Yang Chen didn't have to worry, Yang Chen didn't know why, but he believed Li Cheng's words very much. Although the two didn't have much contact, there was a kind of silent tacit understanding and trust. Even if Yang Chen was still a little afraid of Li Cheng, he had no doubt about this. To be honest, if Li Cheng really wanted to harm Yang Chen really had no certainty of winning in a face-to-face battle. He even had a hunch in his heart that even if he released his own blood river, it would not have any effect. So he would not doubt that Li Cheng would have any tricks on this small problem that he didn't know when it would happen. Walking on the street, those people looked at Yang Chen with some evasive eyes. The people in their gathering point were really embarrassed this time. A group of masters didn't even have the courage to make a move. It was so shameful that they didn't have the face to see others. Shopkeeper, do you have any devilish bead, unpurified devilish bead, big and small? The atmosphere was awkward. Yang Chen quickly entered a store and directly stated his requirements. Anything you buy, all the stores here are 20% off. The shopkeeper was also one of the people who didn't dare to make a move yesterday. When he saw Yang Chen, he blushed slightly and then hurriedly said. After saying this, the shopkeeper took out all the devilish beads in his store and let Chen choose. Other people definitely did not have this kind of treatment. They all asked what grade of demonic baleful bead they wanted to buy. Only then would the shopkeeper take out one bead, at most 2 beads for customers to choose from. Chen was not polite, he directly chose the biggest 10 and then asked the shopkeeper to calculate. They were all unpurified demonic beads. The shopkeeper saw that Yang Chen only picked these, and his heart was slightly moved. He carefully asked, "Are you a demonic refiner?" "That's right." Yang Chen nodded and admitted, and then directly ordered, "Settle the account." This kind of store couldn't get a good devilish bead. The best one was in the upper 6th grade, the worst one was in the lower 6th grade. The average 6th grade was already a good harvest. It must be known that Yang Chen had not harvested a devilish bead in the past 2 years. "Shopkeeper, when will there be an auction?" After buying the devilish bead, he naturally had to ask when there would be an auction. At the auction, he could find a big high-grade devilish bead. The higher the grade of the devilish bead, the purer the devilish chi. He believed that it would be better for the 9 secluded flying sword. "You are lucky, there will be an auction in half a month." The shopkeeper was also a well-informed person, and seeing that he was slightly sorry for Yang Chen, he also specifically told him the latest news. There is a superclass devilish master Yang Risheng, Master Yang, who may come to this gathering point in 2 or 3 months. He is a legendary figure who can completely purify the devilish bead. When the shopkeeper talked about this, he was full of excitement. "Don't you see so many masters of the Daching stage here? They are all waiting for Master Yang to come." Yang Chen didn't think before that there would be so many masters of the Daching stage in a gathering point that was deeper than the outermost gathering point. Now he finally understood what the reason was. It turned out to be because of him. In the last gathering point, Yang Chen said that he would come to this gathering point in 2 years. It was estimated that those who knew would spread the news, so there were so many people waiting here. This was also good. These masters had good devilish beads in their hands, which could completely meet the needs of the 9 secluded flying sword. Even without Yang Chen looking for the demonic qi to absorb, he could also exchange it for a lot of good materials like the 9 secluded flying dust. Even if there were no good materials, a large number of spirit stones could also earn more pocket money for his wives, killing many birds with one stone. After having the 9 secluded flying sword, the speed of absorbing the demonic qi had greatly increased. The purchased devilish bead was directly surrounded by the 9 secluded flying sword. It didn't even take 3 days for all the demonic qi to be absorbed by the 9 secluded flying sword, leaving no trace. They were all superclass devilish beads of the 6th grade. When Yang Chen was considering whether to sell them at the auction house, he suddenly found that Xiao Tian seemed to have some slight restlessness. Xiao Tian had actually been digesting the huge dragon bead. Although Yang Chen had used Xiao Tian several times before, in fact, Xiao Tian did not completely absorb the dragon qi in the dragon bead, but kept it in the body and refined it anytime and anywhere. Especially when he had nothing to do, he liked to stay in the dragon tower to cultivate. In the past few years on the demon continent, Yang Chen was afraid that Xiao Tian would also be contaminated by the demonic qi and become a demonized Yazi. In addition, for the purpose of experience, he was not willing to use Xiao Tian easily. Now from the thoughts passed by Xiao Tian, Yang Chen knew that Xiao Tian had really absorbed the dragon qi in all the dragon beads this time. This time, the dragon bead directly allowed Xiao Tian to enter the 3rd floor from the 2nd floor of the dragon tower, and its strength was abruptly improved by a level. The power of Xiao Tian was mainly reflected in the increase of the flying sword magic weapon. The higher the level, the stronger and sharper the flying sword in its mouth. In particular, the attribute that could cut everything was almost legendary. It was simply a heaven-defying existence. Even the illusory array could be directly cut in half. The 9 secluded flying sword, a magic weapon in the form of smoke, could also be cut in half against the flying sword in Xiao Tian's mouth. Xiao Tian, who had never been contaminated by the demonic qi, was actually restless about those devilish beads, which made Yang Chen a little curious. Did Xiao Tian want to swallow these devilish beads? The devilish bead that could improve the cultivation base of the cultivator, was it also useful for Xiao Tian? He just didn't know if Xiao Tian would have any obstacles to the growth of Xiao Tian in the future if he swallowed these devilish beads. Chapter 1033. With this idea in mind, Yang Chen did not avoid letting Xiao Tian know, and also passed it to Xiao Tian through the connection between the master and pet. Immediately, Xiao Tian gave a response. Delicious, great tonic. Yang Chen thought about the words that Xiao Tian passed and couldn't help but smile bitterly. In his opinion, it may affect the future cultivation and he needed to spend a lot of effort to correct the devilish bead. In the eyes of Xiao Tian, it was just a delicious tonic. Sure enough, the origin of the dragon was different from that of human cultivators. This was also normal. Human cultivators had to cultivate the source cultivation method in order to absorb the source spiritual power, but some powerful demonic beasts could rely on their instinct to directly absorb the source spiritual power of their own attribute. There were many differences between humans and demonic beasts. This difference also existed between Xiao Tian and Yang Chen. Since Xiao Tian thought so, Yang Chen was not worried. You must know that Xiao Tian got the inheritance of the Dragon Tower and even got the inheritance of the Dragon Palace. The things that he knew about his clan must be more than Yang Chen. If he said that there was no problem, naturally there was no problem. Without thinking about it, Yang Chen threw a few purified devilish beads to Xiao Tian in the medicine garden. Xiao Tian swallowed it directly in the air. Compared with the size of Xiao Tian at the moment, a few 6th grade devilish beads were not even qualified to fill the teeth. But Yang Chen saw that it seemed that Xiao Tian was holding the devilish bead in his mouth like a jelly bean, slowly melting and looking very delicious. This was also good. At least the devilish bead in Yang Chen's hand that had absorbed the devilish qi had a place to consume. This kind of superclass devilish bead, releasing too much would lead to a sharp decline in value, and it would also arouse the coveting of many people. With the consumption of Xiao Tian, it would not seem to be a waste. While refining his heart with the 9 secluded flying sword, Yang Chen was waiting for the auction to begin. After staying for half a month, he finally waited for this auction. However, when Yang Chen appeared again this time, someone had already recognized his identity. When the group of people saw that Yang Chen was the Master Yang they had been waiting for, the experts at the gathering point once again felt ashamed. Even when Master Yang was in trouble, they did not lend a hand. They had definitely offended Master Yang greatly. They did not know if they would have a chance to obtain the top-tier demonic baleful bead. Everyone knew what Master Yang was going to buy at the auction. Even the organizer of the auction had specially prepared 5 high-grade baleful beads. The lowest one was a lower 4th-grade bead, and the highest one was even a lower 3rd-grade bead. As expected, it was deeper than the periphery, and even the demonic baleful bead was getting bigger and bigger. Yang Chen was very satisfied. Compared to others, Yang Chen had plenty of spirit stones, so he wasn't afraid at all. He was only afraid that he wouldn't have a demonic baleful pearl. Unexpectedly, the 5 baleful demon beads were bought by Yang Chen at an unimaginably low price after a few rounds of bidding. No one offered a higher price. From the auction organizer to the owner of the baleful demon bead, it seemed that everyone had the same idea. Even the starting price was set extremely low, and the final transaction price was even lower than the market price outside. The meaning contained in this, Yang Chen was clear. Sure enough, the rules of this auction were slightly changed. At least when Yang Chen participated last time, he handed over the spirit stones in one hand and took the baleful demon bead in the other. But this time, he waited until all the baleful demon beads were auctioned off before a manager of the auction house personally invited Yang Chen to a room and presented all the baleful demon beads. Master Yang, this is a little tribute from my humble shop and several seniors. Please accept it, Master Yang. The attitude of the auction house manager was very good. His posture was extremely low and respectful. I don't lack these spirit stones. Yang Chen certainly understood and did not argue. He accepted the baleful demon bead and then left a sufficient number of spirit stones. The manager of the auction house was going to refuse, but after observing Yang Chen's face, he carefully accepted it. Thank you for giving me face, these baleful demon beads. After I purify them, please auction them. Yang Chen first gave a guarantee to the auction house, and suddenly the manager of the auction house laughed almost happily. Several seniors, please give me face, thank you for me. Giving the benefits to the auction house, naturally he would also give benefits to these people who provided the baleful demon bead, so Yang Chen directly gave a promise. Please pass a message, if these seniors still have baleful demon beads that need to be purified, I will take it all, but there are a lot of people. Each person is limited to 1. Including the auction house, the people who provided the baleful demon bead, the masters who participated in the auction who did not bid for the competition, were waiting for nothing more than this promise from Yang Chen. The manager of the auction house was directly overjoyed, and flattery was sent up without any cost, and it was not seen that he was a master of the early darching stage. This time I may stay here for 2 years, you don't have to be anxious. There were many masters who provided the baleful demon bead, and Yang Chen needed a steady stream of demonic qi, and he could take the opportunity to repair himself. Of course, in addition to Yang Chen, there were also Yang Chen's 4 wives. For 3 years, they only saw each other for a short 10 days, and Yang Chen really missed them. What's more, with the 9 nether flying sword, Yang Chen just let the 4 wives also hone their state of mind, and everyone could get together for a few more days. Yang Chen quickly returned to his room with the baleful demon bead. The masters who had been waiting anxiously looked at the manager, who respectfully sent Yang Chen back to his room and rushed back to the auction house, waiting for his news. Master Yang said that he will stay here for 2 years. If you have a baleful demon bead in your hands, you can also go to him for purification, but each person is limited to 1. The manager of the auction house naturally knew what everyone was waiting for, and announced it directly when he came back. When they heard that Yang Chen promised to purify the baleful demon bead for them, the masters of the Yuanying stage and Darching stage cheered. What did everyone gather here and wait for? Wasn't it just to wait for Master Yang to make a move? When the peerless master wanted to kill Master Yang, none of them dared to speak up. When they found out that the one who was almost killed that day was Master Yang, who they were waiting for, it was not known how many people regretted it and stamped their feet. At that time, even if they had the courage to say a word for Master Yang, They would not have to be so careful now, right? Fortunately, Master Yang finally accepted everyone's kindness, accepted the 5 low-priced baleful demon beads, and promised to help everyone refine the baleful demon bead, which finally let everyone's heart that was in their throat down. Many people have begun to look forward to how their cultivation will be improved after they take the high-level baleful demon bead in their hands. Completely different from the ecstatic mood of the people at the gathering point of the demon continent, the Taishanmen's side was simply gloomy, as if the sky was about to collapse. Chapter 1034. In the Taishanmen's Chuanying Hall, more than a dozen life source jade cards exploded one after another. Such a violent movement directly shocked the disciples who guarded the Chuanying Hall. After standing there for a long time, they remembered to take these broken jade cards and hurriedly report to the sect master. More than a dozen Yuanying stage masters fell within a few breaths, which was definitely a major event. After sect master Li learned about it, he was also shocked and hurriedly summoned the core elders to discuss it. These are all people who went to the demon continent with the great elder. After sect master Li explained the situation, he added another sentence. Others don't know what these people are going to do, but the high-level people here are clear. What about the great elder himself? Another elder asked. As soon as the voice came out, he knew that he had asked a stupid question, and he immediately fell silent. To become a great elder, in addition to cultivating to a certain level, he must also take back his life source jade card, and all his primordial spirit must be sealed in that formation. Otherwise, the heavenly tribulation will come immediately. This was why the sect didn't know whether the great elder had an accident, whether they had transcended the tribulation and ascended or had already died. The elder asked this question, obviously a little anxious, and forgot this. What kind of situation could make more than a dozen masters of the late Yuanying stage and peak Yuanying stage die one after another within a few breaths? It was very possible to say that they met the great elder of another sect, but the question was, which big sect was willing to send the great elder to the demon continent? These people went to hunt down Yang Chen, and no one knew whether they succeeded or not. Now everyone only knew that more than a dozen masters of the late Yuanying stage and peak Yuanying stage had died. The great elder's life and death were unknown now, and all the followers he brought with him had fallen. This situation was simply maddening. But the demon continent was so far away, even if someone was sent to inquire about the news, it would take more than 20 years to go back and forth. By then, they would know what had happened, and it would be too late. In any case, the loss of more than a dozen masters of the late Yuanying stage and peak Yuanying stage was also a big blow to the Taishanmen. Even if the Taishanmen were big, it was impossible to casually use the Yuanying stage masters as expendable cannon fodder. There was also another matter that worried these higher-ups. This was because Li Liheng had brought back information about the unrestrained Devil Heart Sutra. It was a method that Senior Liu Fengzi had given him to solve Li Liheng's problem. It wasn't that Senior Liu Fengzi was willing, but that Li Liheng had begged him for it. Everyone had read the Freedom Devil Heart Sutra. The words were relatively ancient, but they could still find someone to translate it. For people of their cultivation, understanding the meaning of the words was too simple. The Unrestrained Demon Heart Sutra was originally a spoil of war obtained by the Taishanmen many years ago when they were slaying demons and defending the Tao. After that, it had been stored in the sutra depository of the sect. No one was interested in the techniques of the demon sect. Coupled with the language barrier, it was gradually forgotten. Now, it had been dug out by someone. After the upper echelons saw it, they came to a unanimous conclusion that it was not a Daoist mental cultivation method at all, but a demonic cultivation method. This was a kind of demonic cultivation method that improved the cultivation of the cultivator by harming others. It was different from the dual cultivation. People who practiced dual cultivation would improve together. Even if it was like Sect Master Li who used people as cauldrons, it would not be completely exhausted, but there was a priority and priority. The person who was used as a cauldron would not die, and secondly, it would only delay some of the cultivation time. Even so, some stubborn Daoist sects regarded human beings as a cauldron as a crooked way. But compared with the Unrestrained Demon Heart Sutra, it was simply normal to the bones. The Unrestrained Demon Heart Sutra was simply to eat people. Eating people may be a bit exaggerated, but it was definitely to rely on the life of the cauldron to improve their own cultivation, and the cauldron would die very miserably. Because Li Liheng wanted to improve his spiritual awareness, the person who was the cauldron would be abruptly pulled out of the body when the spiritual awareness activity was the most intense. Usually, this kind of intense activity was the most painful time, and this was in addition to the tragic moment when one's consciousness was extracted at the end. The final outcome was to die in infinite pain. And the price of this was only to increase the spiritual awareness of the person who practiced the unrestrained Demon Heart Sutra by less than 10%. And the premise was that the spiritual awareness of the cauldron must be higher than that of the person who practiced the unrestrained Demon Heart Sutra. In addition, it must be the opposite sex. If Li Liheng really wanted to practice this cultivation method, then according to estimates, Li Liheng would need at least hundreds of cauldrons to completely get rid of the dependence on spirit-congealing pills. In the past, the demonic cultivators who practiced the unrestrained Demon Heart Sutra were eliminated by a certain predecessor of the Taishanmen. Could it be that the younger generation of the Taishanmen also wanted to practice this kind of evil cultivation method in turn? Everyone was arguing, and in the end, there was no conclusion. Letting the young sect master of the Taishanmen, who had always been the orthodox leader of the Daoist sects, to practice this kind of demonic cultivation method, it was really unbelievable. After all, in the end, everyone just put it aside. Anyway, there were still a lot of spirit-congealing pills. Even if it was consumed, it was enough for Li Liheng to consume for many years. Maybe before the spirit-congealing pills were consumed, there was no need to consider this problem. Of course, Li Liheng was not happy with such a result. If he was an honest and dutiful person who wholeheartedly relied on himself to cultivate, he wouldn't have begged ancestor Liu Fengzi to improve his cultivation base. However, the conclusion of the high level could not be overturned and changed by Li Liheng, so he could only suppress his dissatisfaction and accept the arrangement of the sect. The unhappiness of the young sect master was naturally seen in the eyes of Yang Lan. Under her gentle offensive, Li Liheng was intoxicated and inadvertently vented his dissatisfaction. As a result, the news of the unrestrained Demon Heart Sutra reached Yang Lan's ears through Yang Lan. Yang Lan was now wholeheartedly flattering Li Liheng. Without Li Liheng, he would have been sentenced to death. Because he followed Li Liheng, now Yang Lan almost got what he wanted. No one in the sect would easily offend him. Since the master had troubles now, he naturally needed him as a pawn to share the worries. Unrestrained Demon Heart Sutra, he remembered this name. When he had the opportunity to enter the scriptures pavilion in the future, he would carefully look for this cultivation method and bring it out to Li Liheng. Yang Lan fully believed that as long as he fawned on Li Liheng, when Li Liheng became the master of the Taishanmen sect one day, that would be the time for him, Yang Lan, to show his great ambition. At that time, not to mention the 5th-grade alchemist, even the entire Chunyang Palace, Yang Lan would let them leave nothing behind. The whole erasure would eliminate the hatred in his heart. Chapter 1035. Yang Chen doesn't care what happens here in Taishanmen. Anyway, they have lost another great elder. It is estimated that Taishanmen will be distressed to death. Now in this gathering point, Yang Chen and Li Cheng are definitely the two people who can't be provoked, but relatively speaking, Yang Chen is more popular. Since he promised to purify the devilish bead, Yang Chen's residence has been crowded. For this reason, Yang Chen had to add a rule that he could only receive one person a day. The reward for purifying the devilish bead, Yang Chen has also changed to the priority of fire seeds. Of course, it is the fire seeds that Yang Chen does not have for the time being. On the demon continent, there are many kinds of demons mixed together. There are many fire seeds that are not available in the Dao sects, which are enough to supplement Yang Chen's yin-yang heaven-burning fire. In just 10 days, Yang Chen has received dozens of kinds of demonic fires. There are both high and low-grade ones. This made Yang Chen get the sweetness. He immediately announced to the public that he would buy fire seeds without limit. Suddenly, some masters who have fire seeds in their hands were happy. With the demonic fire, there is a chance for Master Yang to purify the devilish bead and improve their own cultivation base. The 9 secluded flying sword has absorbed a lot of demonic chi these days. The devilish bead itself was condensed by the demonic beast, and the concentration of demonic chi is extremely high. In just 10 days, although it has not recovered to the original level of the demonic vine, it has already been comparable to some ordinary devilish bead. Xiao Tian also slowly adapted to the atmosphere here because he has a small devilish bead as a candy every day. This change made Yang Chen very happy. If Xiao Tian can withstand the invasion of the demonic qi, then the 9 secluded flying sword can play a more powerful role. However, this process has just begun. Yang Chen still doesn't know whether Xiao Tian, as a dragon, can withstand a higher concentration of demonic qi. He needs to experiment carefully. Otherwise, if something goes wrong with Xiao Tian, Yang Chen doesn't know where to cry. After waiting at the gathering point for dozens of days, Yang Chen finally waited for his wife. But this time, Gao Yu, who was the last one last time, was now the first one. They hadn't seen each other for another 2 years. Yang Chen missed his wife to death. From the day Gao Yu appeared, the people at the gathering point consciously did not disturb Yang Chen. There seemed to be endless words between the two. For several days, Yang Chen was reluctant to part with Gao Yu. This time, Yang Chen asked Gao Yu to stay and wait for the 4 women to gather. Gao Yu was certainly obedient. When he learned from Yang Chen that the Grand Elder of Taishanmen had appeared, he was so nervous that he almost forgot himself. But later on, when he found out that the Grand Elder was beheaded by Li Cheng, he was even more shocked. Yang Chen was already unexpected enough. Who would have thought that Li Cheng would go even further? When the 4 women gathered, everyone was even happier. Yang Chen then explained to the 4 women the intention of letting them gather together this time. After another 2 years of experience, the killing intent of the 4 women has gradually begun to fade, and it is no longer the uncontrollable situation when they met 2 years ago. Not enough, it can only be partially controlled, and it still can't be completely eliminated. It will take a longer time of experience to master. At present, this level of the 9 secluded flying sword is just a good thing for the 4 women to temper their state of mind. If it goes further, it may trigger a serious heart devil, leading to unpredictable consequences. The 4 women were all surprised by this method proposed by Yang Chen. People who come to the demon continent, which one is not careful to avoid the devil qi, for fear of the invasion of the devil qi. Yang Chen unexpectedly did the opposite and used the devil qi to temper his state of mind. Her husband was indeed different from the rest. Li Cheng said that the most important thing to prevent the devil qi was a strong spiritual awareness and a strong will. These 2 conditions were all met by the 4 women. Although they were all in the early Yuanying stage, their spiritual awareness had already reached the Daching stage, which was a big realm difference, enough to resist this level of devil qi. What's more, there was Yang Chen around. If he found something wrong, he could immediately stop the 9 secluded flying sword, which was an additional layer of insurance. In such a situation, triggering various emotional fluctuations was indeed the most appropriate way to get used to adapting to the heart devil. It was a bit risky, but which kind of cultivation was not risky? Coming to the demon continent was a risk in itself. Of course, the 4 women would not refuse Yang Chen's arrangement. In the beginning, Yang Chen's control of the devil qi was slight. The naughty son Qingxue relied on the stable will of the Dao sect's cultivator and underestimated the enemy. As a result, she was surrounded by the 9 secluded flying sword and immediately there was an abnormality. They didn't know what sad things the devil qi had induced in Sun Qingxue, so that Sun Qingxue lay in Yang Chen's arms and cried for a whole day and night before she calmed down. This was still the case when Yang Chen controlled it from the beginning and did not let the devil qi fully affect it, and immediately stopped when he saw the situation was not good. After this incident, the women no longer dared to underestimate it and all took it seriously. With some warnings explained by Yang Chen, coupled with their own willpower, they began to frantically resist the invasion of the devil qi in all directions. Yang Chen did not tell them at the beginning that their emotions needed to erupt and guide them, he just tried his best to maintain their safety. Some experiences could not be valued the most by telling them. After all, it was only after they had suffered a loss that they would be impressed. Some things, if you don't experience it once, how can you know how to deal with it? Moreover, people were different, and Yang Chen's method was not omnipotent, and everyone was suitable. The 4 women were all talented people, and he believed that they could find the most suitable way to deal with it by themselves. Compared with fighting outside, this kind of experience of dealing with the heart devil was more difficult. In any case, fighting only needed to find the opponent's weakness, and then attack it yourself, but now it was the opposite. The heart devil found their own weakness and kept attacking. Even if there was no life-threatening danger for the time being, the degree of danger was no less than killing the demons outside. The 4 women slowly adapted and began to find suitable ways to resist. And Yang Chen also began to slowly increase the invasion of the devil qi, and the devil qi that the 4 women had to deal with was getting stronger and stronger. Yang Chen himself, while protecting the 4 women, received the business of purifying the devil bead from the outside, while using the profound spirit furnace to absorb the fire seed, and at the same time, he also fused the 4th grade fire seed into the yin-yang heaven burning fire. Cultivation was something to be carried out all the time. Even Xiao Tian, under the condition that he could taste a small devil bead every day, gradually became more adapted to the devil qi. So far, Yang Chen has not found any signs of Xiao Tian being demonized by the devil qi. This also meant that the great yin and yang 5 elements flying sword that Xiao Tian would control in the future would not lack his own Earth 9 secluded flying sword. Time flew by, and 2 years passed in a blink of an eye. The madness caused by the devil bead continued, but Yang Chen's family of 5 had already planned to go deeper into the demon continent. Chapter 1036. Yang Chen was planning to go deeper into the demon continent to gain experience, and in the depths of the demon continent, a group of people had just received the news that someone on the periphery could completely purify the devilish bead. These people were located in a huge valley. In the valley, almost like a gathering point, there were all kinds of buildings. There were at least thousands of people gathered in the valley. In the valley, the richness of the demonic qi was beyond people's imagination. The black demonic qi was like a substance, covering the entire valley. Here, there was no need to think about seeing any scenery with the naked eye. If you want to move around here, without a strong spiritual awareness, it was simply impossible. If someone came to see this valley, they would be shocked from ear to ear. Of all the people in this huge valley, the worst was also a master of the early darching stage. No matter which sect they were in, it was a terrifying deterrent. What made many sect glad was that the people here were not from a sect. No sect could casually come up with thousands of masters of the darching stage. Even the first sect of the Tao sects, Taishanmen, was the same. Of course, if calculated according to the masters of the Taishanmen, it was far more than this number. All the masters were dressed in black robes with black veils covering their faces, and they even spoke less to each other. However, all of them had one thing in common. Everyone was from the demon sect, and the cultivation method they practiced was the kind of demonic qi. With so many people together, it gave people a feeling of falling into a devil's cave. The news was also brought by a master of the darching stage. If Yang Chen was present, he would definitely find that this guy was one of the masters at the gathering point at that time. What happened in the gathering point, except for the trouble stirred up by the great elder of the Taishanmen, the master who brought the news said it very clearly. As for the matter of the great elder, one was that he couldn't save his face, and the other was that he didn't know what thoughts he had in his heart, so he didn't disclose it. The news spread quickly. At first, many people didn't believe it, but when the master who came back showed the pure golden devilish bead that had been purified by Yang Chen, everyone began to stir. These guys who cultivated in the place with the densest demonic qi were not from the Tao sects, they were all masters of the demonic path. The Tao sects and the demonic sects were just 2 ways of cultivation. They had the same goal by different means, and there was no complete right or wrong distinction. Especially at the stage of the darching stage, when it came to the firmness of the heart, maybe the people in the demonic sects might be better. The demonic path cultivators could cultivate to the darching stage. It was not known how many terrifying heart demons they had overcome. It could almost be said that they had stepped on various heart demons along the way. Every time, he would struggle on the line between life and death. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the mental state of an expert who had gone through such tempering was as tough as iron. On this point, if the Daoist sects were to lay a solid foundation and then cultivate step by step, there would never be so many inner demons. Therefore, from the perspective of dealing with inner demons, a Daoist expert at the Mahayana stage might not be able to compare to a demon sect cultivator at the same cultivation level. The fact that they could of the demonic chi of the demonic path to of the realm of the demonic path of the sect was the demonic path. From the perspective of cultivation alone, the demonic chi could make some ordinary beasts evolve into powerful demonic beasts, which could naturally promote cultivation. From the perspective of cultivation alone, demonic chi could allow some ordinary demonic beasts to evolve into powerful demonic beasts. Naturally, it could promote cultivation. From the perspective of cultivation alone, the demonic chi could make some ordinary beasts evolve into powerful demonic beasts, which could naturally promote cultivation. The reason why these demonic pathmasters gathered here was also based on the use of the demonic chi for cultivation. It was just that people who didn't go deep into the demon continent couldn't understand it at all. It was self-evident what a demon refiner who could completely purify the demonic chi meant for these demonic pathmasters. Although everyone looked calm and collected on the surface, their hearts were surging with wild waves. Outsiders didn't know what they were going to do in this valley, and the people here would never reveal it easily. However, looking at everyone's cautious look, it seemed that something big had happened here, which was very puzzling. Yang Chen had no idea what was happening here. He was now planning to leave the gathering point again and carry out killing experience again. After 2 years of the demonic tempering of the 9-nether flying sword, the 4 women didn't know how many times they had experienced the demonic chi in their hearts. In the beginning, there were all kinds of emotional outbursts. Fortunately, Yang Chen had been taking care of them, so there were no accidents. In the short span of 2 years, the 4 women had never thought that they would have such rich imagination and emotions. They could clearly remember the small things that they had forgotten many years ago, and they could even cause all kinds of incredible emotions to erupt because of these small things. That kind of feeling, those who had not experienced it were simply unimaginable. How was this an orthodox Tao sect disciple? It was just like a demon sect disciple. But it had to be said that the effect of this kind of tempering was very significant. It was just a short period of 2 years, or even a retreat could pass, but they seemed to have experienced thousands of years. They didn't dare to say that their minds were unparalleled, but any heart demon that the average Tao sect disciple could encounter was meaningless to them. However, not everyone has the experience of suffering in his previous life like Yang Chen. Even the 4 women with excellent aptitudes showed a more and more exhausted posture in this kind of heart demon tempering. Because of exhaustion, it triggered a series of negative effects. Although it was only 2 years, it seemed that a long time had passed, and even the 4 women were a little irritated. Before coming back, they were just able to restrain their killing intent, and the outbreak of various emotions caused those killing intent to appear again. In this case, it was unrealistic to carry out the heart demon tempering again, but it would make the 4 women fall into a more powerful heart demon. Now the most suitable thing for the 4 women was to let the 4 women vent their emotions. In addition to the crazy demand every time she was with Yang Chen, the more effective way was to kill. In the demon continent, the only thing that was not lacking was killing. Outside the gathering point, there were thousands of demonized monsters, they could kill them at will, and there was no need to feel any guilt. The 4 women's killing intent that had been suppressed for a long time could finally be released again. They hurriedly said goodbye to Yang Chen, and after making an appointment for the next meeting place, they couldn't wait to plunge into the killing field outside. There had never been a moment when the killing intent in the hearts of the 4 women was so urgent, and there was no hatred at all. It was completely spontaneous to vent their inner emotions with killing. Chapter 1037. In fact, even Yang Chen himself, after such a long period of experience caused by the demonic chi, was also a little tired. Emotions were not something that could be eliminated just because one's cultivation was high. They existed all the time, anywhere, at any time. Anyone, at any time, in any place, would maintain at least one emotion. Whether it was joy, anger, sorrow, or calmness, there was always one. This kind of illusory thing was like a shadow following the body. Normally, people would not care about it during cultivation, but once it was detonated by the devil chi, it would be magnified by thousands of times. For cultivators, It would mean a terrible disaster. A little resentment in the heart, after being magnified by the devil Chi, would become a gnashing hatred and irreconcilable hatred. It was not an easy thing to maintain one's state of mind under this level. Not to mention this kind of negative emotion, even happy things like happiness would become extremely dangerous after being magnified thousands of times. When people are excited, they will definitely do some unimaginable things. As for the calmness of not changing one's expression even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of one's eyes, wasn't calmness also a kind of emotional state? When the serene calmness was magnified countless times, there were no more thoughts in one's heart. What was the difference between one and a stone? For a stone, what was the point of cultivating or not cultivating? Perhaps this was the most dangerous state. The concentration of the devil Chi that Yang Chen used for the experience was dozens of times that of the four women. The power of the 9 nether flying sword, the four women could only bear at most 10%, and Yang Chen alone faced the remaining 90%. Fortunately, the experience of Yang Chen's previous life and the state of mind of the great principal Golden Immortal also helped a lot. Even if he suppressed his emotional resistance, coupled with the maintenance of the safety of the four women, he still survived this period of time. In addition to experiencing the cruel training, Yang Chen's only gain was that he had a better understanding of his 9 nether flying sword. It seemed that there was no other way to defend against the emotional weapon except to resist it. In the past 2 years, Li Cheng had been in retreat in the gathering point. He came out almost every few months, and no one knew what he was cultivating. But no one dared to be negligent in the entire gathering point. Every time Li Cheng came out, he was served with fear. Every time Li Cheng came out of seclusion, he would look for Yang Chen for a drink. These few days of drinking were also considered as days of rest for Yang Chen and the four women. Every time, Li Cheng returned to his heart's content, but every time he looked at Yang Chen, his gaze seemed to have changed. There was surprise, gratification, and even a faint joy. After sending off the four women, it was just in time for Li Cheng to come out of seclusion again. Naturally, the two of them drank to their heart's content. While Yang Chen and Li Cheng were drinking, the entire gathering point was completely silent. Even the birds that tried to fly over the gathering point were killed by a group of experts from all directions. Everyone in the gathering point was trembling with fear, afraid that something would disturb the two's drinking. The scene of Yang Chen holding the flying sword empty-handed and Li Cheng killing Tai Shong with one sword was still vivid in their minds. If it weren't for the fact that they were still looking forward to more devilish beads coming out from Yang Chen, the people here would have already avoided here. After drinking to their heart's content, Yang Chen also expressed to Li Cheng that he wanted to leave. Li Cheng nodded and didn't ask much. He just cupped his fists and said faintly, "In that case, see you later. See you later." Yang Chen also cupped his fists in response, then got up and strode away from the gathering point. It seemed that Li Cheng's thoughtful gaze had been following him. After saying goodbye to Li Cheng, under the reluctant gaze of the experts at the gathering point, Yang Chen stepped out of the gathering point. Breathing the familiar air filled with demonic energy, the 9 Serenities flying sword appeared directly around him, turned into a large cloud of black mist, and disappeared into the jungle. As soon as Yang Chen left, the people at the gathering point, except for those who were doing business at the gathering point, no one else wanted to stay here anymore. In less than half a day, everyone left. What a joke, a guy who could kill a Tai Shong master with one sword had nothing to do here. If there was no attraction of devilish bead, who would stay and enjoy this kind of fear? Yang Chen, who entered the jungle, also randomly found a direction deep into the demon continent, and then after flying wildly for hundreds of miles, he swept away the demonized beasts that appeared around him regardless of anything, and the sense of exhaustion in his heart was slightly relieved. It was undeniable that killing without burden was really a good way to relieve pressure. Even Yang Chen, who had a strong mind, felt a little relaxed at this time. The time for the next meeting with the four women was 5 years later. This period of time was enough for Yang Chen to ease his mood and continue to cultivate. Yang Chen moved unhurriedly toward the depths of the continent, and all the demonized beasts he encountered along the way were killed. The 9 Serenities flying sword could still work even in the face of the demonized beasts encountered here. Now the demonic energy condensed on the 9 Serenities flying sword was far stronger than that of the demonized beasts encountered here. When the instincts of the demonized beasts were further amplified, the demonized beasts that could only withstand the invasion of the demonic energy were naturally more deeply demonized. Under the influence of the 9 Serenities flying sword, these demonized beasts even had hallucinations and began to go crazy. They were easily killed by Yang Chen with a sword and then absorbed the demonic energy. The effect of the heart demon refining was reflected in Yang Chen's body. Even if he allowed those demonized beasts to pounce on him, the demonic energy carried by the beasts had no effect on Yang Chen himself. Coupled with the golden bell and the yellow turban strongman body refining technique, even if Yang Chen stood in place and let those demonized beasts attack him, he would be unscathed. Other people, unless they were already familiar with the attack of the demonic energy, otherwise, once they were injured by the demonized beasts, they would inevitably be attacked by the demonic energy. In addition to healing, they had to divide their energy to fight against the demonic energy. But such a situation was meaningless for Yang Chen, and he could completely omit this step. To be realistic, even if the heavenly tribulation came now, Yang Chen did not have to worry about the heart demon at least in the first few rounds of the heavenly tribulation. Unless the heart demon oath was broken, otherwise, there was no need to worry about the heart demon at all. However, Yang Chen did not forget the original intention of the experience. After almost such a wanton killing for a month or two, Yang Chen stopped and switched to the Blood Phantom Vine flying sword. Only in the last blow, he would use the 9 Serenities flying sword to attack and absorb the demonic energy of the demonized beasts. Unfortunately, the immortal beheading blade has not yet been completely tempered, otherwise, the great yin-yang 5 elements flying sword would have such an effect directly. Chapter 1038. After emotional tempering, there was endless killing. The demon continent was a huge whetstone, sharpening all the sober people on the road into a sharp and unparalleled peerless sword. For Yang Chen, the demon continent was the biggest unknown after his rebirth. He didn't know what else would be in it, and what strange things would appear. What he had to do now was to grow in killing according to his consistent experience. At this moment, the demonized monsters faced by Yang Chen were basically in the late Yuanying stage and peak Yuanying stage, which were much stronger than those monsters on the periphery of the continent. Even if it was the same realm of demonized monsters, the ones here were more powerful than those on the periphery. The most important thing was that the monsters here did not know for what reason. They were naturally in groups and were extremely fierce. In the case of Yang Chen's deliberate experience, he had to play 12 points of spirit to be able to barely cope with it. Yang Chen did not use the golden bell, and deliberately converged the yellow turban strongman body refining technique, which only worked on the bones, which could ensure that Yang Chen would not be fatally injured, but he would not be unharmed at all. It was impossible to not be injured at all. Yang Chen knew very well that during the experience, it was better to be injured than not to be injured. For this reason, Yang Chen had to specially study how to be injured. If he was slightly injured, or even how to use non-fatal serious injuries in exchange for certain opportunities. No matter who it was, there was no guarantee that they would not meet someone stronger than themselves, and it was impossible to never be hurt in their life. Once encountered such a critical time, how to react after being injured, how to fight back, these experiences were the capital to save their lives in the future. Yang Chen was not only cruel to himself, but even to his wives. Even if his 4 wives were all outstanding beauties, compared with the future, these small injuries could not be considered at all. Moreover, with Yang Chen there would be no problem no matter how serious the injury was, and it was guaranteed that it would not leave any scars. This time, no one deliberately drove the demonic beasts to besiege Yang Chen. However, the deeper they went, the more dangerous it was. As Yang Chen advanced, he was attacked more and more severely. Although Yang Chen and the 4 women were good, everyone had the ability to fight a Darching stage demonized monster, but Yang Chen was cautious and would never allow everyone to go too deep. This was a place that he could not grasp. Yang Chen knew what kind of cultivation was suitable for training. After walking for almost an entire year, Yang Chen finally found a demonic bead. However, these nascent soul-stage demonic beasts could only condense a demonic baleful pearl that was around the middle of the 6th grade. The one in Yang Chen's hand was even smaller, around the upper 7th grade. The candy beans that Xiao Tian enjoys now, casually taking out one, are more than twice as big as this one. In any case, there was finally some gain. Although if Yang Chen wanted the demonic baleful bead, as long as he moved his mouth, countless people would offer it with their hands, but how could there be a sense of accomplishment that he found it himself? Yang Chen took this demonic baleful bead and shrugged his shoulders helplessly. There was no way around it. This was a place that he had never been in his memory and he couldn't control it. Moreover, the good luck that he had in the Dao sect's territory had disappeared completely. After 4 years of killing, he only got 3 demonic baleful beads. However, thinking of the head-sized demonic baleful bead in his Chenkuan bag, Yang Chen couldn't help but feel pity for the guys who worked hard to gain experience here. Just a few days after coming here, he got a heaven-defying divine object in the outermost periphery. Those people have been here for hundreds of years, but they can only take the 3rd-grade demonic baleful bead as a treasure. The fate of people and people really can't be compared. If someone knew that Yang Chen got a head-sized demonic baleful bead and lamented his bad luck here, there would definitely be countless people chasing him to death with a flying sword. They had never seen such a guy who got a bargain and still wanted to show off. This could be tolerated. What couldn't be tolerated? The demonic baleful bead in his hand, Yang Chen carefully looked at it for a long time, then he took it in his hand and played with it. By the way, he calmly said in a certain direction, "You have followed for so long, what do you want to say?" Ha ha ha, Grandmaster Yang is really extraordinary. Before the person arrived, there was a burst of laughter. Soon, a figure appeared in front of Yang Chen. "It's not that I'm boasting. My invisibility technique can't be detected by ordinary masters, not to mention the demonized beasts. I'm very curious, how did Grandmaster Yang find me?" The person who came was a tall man, very handsome, dressed in a variety of dark green and light green robes. It looked like a large piece of fine jungle. Not to mention anything else, this robe alone could make him hide his figure in the jungle. Ordinary people with poor eyesight could not find him at all. The demonic qi on your body is rich, much richer than the surroundings. Looking at the strange attire of the other party, Yang Chen didn't care. He just mentioned it lightly as an answer to the other party. In fact, Yang Chen had long discovered that someone was tracking himself. The spiritual awareness threads cultivated by the 3 Purities' secret art were scattered around, like a spider web. Anything that was touched would be known by Yang Chen. In this way, it was just to give the other party an acceptable explanation. So that's how it is. The man in the strange robe suddenly understood. He also followed Yang Chen's hints and began to uncover the secret of Yang Chen discovering him. Yang Chen was a very powerful demon refiner. He could completely purify the demonic qi of the devilish bead. Naturally, he had a deep understanding of the demonic qi. When he found out where the demonic qi was strong, and he couldn't see any monster or human figure, he could naturally judge that someone was hiding. "Grandmaster is really powerful, I admire you." The man in the strange robe cupped his hands at Yang Chen and said very sincerely, "Grandmaster, you are the 3rd one who can find my trace here, I admire you." After saying this, the man in the strange robe waited for Yang Chen to speak. Everyone would be curious. When they heard that they were the 3rd, they would definitely ask who the first 2 were. In this way, the 2 sides would have further topics to discuss, and the relationship would be closer because of this. This trick of the man in the strange robe almost worked every time, but this time, he encountered a mysterious gourd. After Yang Chen heard him say this, he just made a very understated "oh" sound, and then there was no following. He didn't ask who the first 2 were, nor did he ask his own identity and the purpose of being here. The atmosphere suddenly became stiff. The man in the strange robe stood for a while and saw that Yang Chen had no intention of speaking at all. His face was a little embarrassed. However, since he was here, he must make his purpose clear. He could only speak first. Chapter 1039. "Master, don't you want to know why I am looking for you?" The look on the man in the strange robe's face did not change, but there was a little embarrassment in his eyes. He looked at Yang Chen and asked. In his heart, if he said this, Yang Chen should ask, right? "I don't want to." Yang Chen's answer directly blocked the man in the strange robe's next words in his throat. It was extremely uncomfortable. How could this be? The man in the strange robe really couldn't see through Yang Chen. Was Yang Chen not curious? Generally, when a cultivator encounters this kind of thing, even if he doesn't do it in the future, he would at least understand it. How could he not be curious at all? What he didn't know was that Yang Chen had suffered a lot because of curiosity in the process of tempering his heart. How could he easily take the initiative to ask? However, Yang Chen also knew that since the other party came to the door, there must be something. No matter what he said, the other party would still say it in the end, so why bother? In fact, I came to find the master because I have something to ask. The man in the strange robe saw Yang Chen like this, and there was no way. He endured the embarrassment and continued to speak, as if he was talking to himself. He also knew that Yang Chen would definitely not answer, so he continued directly. Master can completely purify the devil chi on the devil bead. I think you have a deep understanding of the devil chi. I am not talented. I want to ask the master to go to a place to help study it. After it is done, there will be a reward. What if I don't want to? Yang Chen finally answered the question of the man in the strange robe. This made the man in the strange robe finally breathe a sigh of relief. As long as he opened his mouth, the rest would be easy. It's a big deal, and it's not just about me, so if the master really doesn't want to cooperate, I can only offend you. The man in the strange robe still maintained that kind of attitude, but his words were full of threats. Yang Chen was only in the early yuanying stage, but the man in the strange robe was already in the middle darching stage. The cultivation realm between the two was more than a big realm. No matter from which point of view, the man in the strange robe seemed to eat Yang Chen. If he didn't need Yang Chen's help, he might have already taken action. You're welcome. Yang Chen suddenly laughed. Aren't you afraid that I won't do my best when I help you? Precisely because of this, I do not wish for such a situation to occur. The strange-robed man also had a smile on his face as he gently explained, actually, it's not a big deal. I just want the Grandmaster to purify some demonic chi. The location is a bit special, so I'm sure the Grandmaster won't refuse. Otherwise, Grandmaster's close female friends and that friend called Li Cheng might encounter some trouble. The other party used the people around Yang Chen to threaten Yang Chen. Yang Chen was not surprised at all. These guys might have been watching the four women the moment they left the gathering point and were just waiting for Yang Chen's attitude. But what Yang Chen didn't expect was that these guys dared to hit Li Cheng. Not to mention that Li Cheng was the first master that Yang Chen couldn't see through after his rebirth. Li Cheng's sword cut off the head of the Great Elder. He believed that there were few people in the world who dared to touch him. Were these people's brains broken or were they deliberately doing this? After thinking about it, Yang Chen seemed to know some of the reasons. Maybe when these people investigated, they didn't know that Li Cheng had killed a great master. Those people in the gathering point at that time, except for Yang Chen and Li Cheng, were all scared and didn't dare to say a word. That kind of shameful thing, how could they tell others? The strange-robed man's group didn't even find out the details of Li Cheng, and they dared to use Li Cheng to threaten Yang Chen. I'm afraid that at most, they only know that Yang Chen and Li Cheng have had a few drinks, so they thought they were good friends, so they used them to threaten Yang Chen. They didn't know that the relationship between Yang Chen and Li Cheng was far from being friends. Yang Chen now wanted to see the expression of one or a group of masters on the other side when they were going to be rude to Li Cheng and suddenly found that Li Cheng was not a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, but a ferocious tiger. It's just that things also involve Jiao Yu, Shishanshan, and the other four women. Yang Chen had to be a little cautious. What's the matter? Yang Chen finally opened his mouth and took the initiative to ask. It's very simple, Grandmaster. What you are good at is purifying the demonic energy. The strange-robed man's face suddenly showed a relaxed smile. If Yang Chen was willing to ask this, then there was a way. It's just going deeper into the demon continent. What are the benefits? Yang Chen still used the tone of negotiating with the Taishanmen Hall Master Maro, naked interests. Spirit stones, magic weapons, medicinal pills, Grandmaster, whatever you want, you can have it. The strange-robed man was even more happy. Since he asked about the reward, then everything was easy to say. The trouble that could be solved with spirit stones was not trouble at all. In the midst of his joy, he seemed to think of something and immediately added, "If the Grandmaster likes beautiful women, then it's even simpler. 4 darching stage cauldrons, when the Grandmaster wants them, they will be sent to the Grandmaster." It had to be said that the tone of the strange-robed man was too big. The spirit stones and magic weapons in the front were still okay, after all, they were worldly possessions, but he actually sent 4 darching stage beauties so easily, and they were even used as cauldrons. This could not help but make people marvel at his generosity. Those were 4 masters of the darching stage. It was not easy to cultivate to the realm of the darching stage, especially the beautiful women, which were rare. How could they be willing to be cauldrons? Especially as a cauldron for a junior in the early Yuanying stage? Unless it was a prominent person like the Taishanmen sect master, maybe it was possible. The identity of the strange-robed man was not known, but he dared to make such a promise, which made people wonder what he was asking for. No matter what he was going to do, one thing was certain. It was by no means a small matter to invite Yang Chen at such a big price. According to the general analysis, if the benefits were not 10 times or dozens of times more than the remuneration given to outsiders, this business would never be done. Such a big thing, Yang Chen was really curious. But Yang Chen was also aware of the risks. After a little thought, he asked again, "With such a big capital, but also deep into the mainland, there must be great danger. How can my safety be guaranteed?" Not waiting for the strange-robed man to answer, Yang Chen continued, "Also, Li Cheng is a friend of mine. I would like to go with him. I don't know if you can satisfy this small request of mine." This kind of thing, if Li Cheng was also involved, there would be a lot of fun things to happen. Yang Chen could not help but look forward to it. Chapter 1040. As long as the Grandmaster agrees, everything can be said. Listening to Yang Chen's intention to let go, the man in the strange robe was naturally overjoyed and hurriedly agreed. "I don't lack spirit stones, I don't need magic weapons for the time being, I just need a few things." Since Yang Chen had made a decision to go and see, naturally he would not be polite with the man in the strange robe, and directly asked for it. "Grandmaster, please instruct." The man in the strange robe was even happier. Yang Chen said this, he had already agreed, only looking at the price. However, to people like them, what price tag couldn't they take out? Fire seeds, the more the better, whether it is a demon fire or a devil fire, no matter what grade, I want it. Yang Chen first put forward the things he wanted the most this time. "I don't care what it is, at least 10 kinds of 6th grade fire seeds, 20 kinds of 5th grade fire seeds, 100 kinds of 4th grade fire seeds, and no less than 500 kinds of fire seeds below the 4th grade. If there are more, I will exchange the extra fire seeds with the devil bead." Hearing this condition, the man in the strange robe was about to say something, but was directly stopped by Yang Chen. "It's not that I'm asking for a lion's share, I think the senior also knows how big the things you are going to do are." Yang Chen's reason was very good and righteous. This thing is not done by the senior alone. You have so many masters of the darching stage who can't do it, let this younger generation junior do it, the risk of this is not known. There are not enough benefits, if it is the senior, would you be willing? These words were very reasonable, at least in the ears of the man in the strange robe, there was nothing to refute for the time being. However, who was he? He was not a master of reason in the Tao sects. In the demon sects, when needed, who would reason with you? But the man in the strange robe did not speak for the time being, let alone answer. He had already seen that Yang Chen seemed to be unfinished, it seemed that there were still conditions that had not been finished. Simply let Yang Chen put forward all the conditions first. As for whether to agree or not, when he arrived at the place, could it be up to him to decide? He just listened to the silly boy talk and relieve boredom. What other conditions are there? Just say it all at once so that we don't have to haggle over the price one by one. It's not fun, the strange-robed man said quickly without a change in expression. "Pill recipe," Yang Chen said without hesitation, "it doesn't matter if it's the demon clan or the demon clan, there can't be less than 20 pill recipes for those above the nascent soul stage. Above the Yuanying stage, that was the pill recipe for the Darching stage." This time, Yang Chen was like meeting a rich man. He opened his mouth and did not mean to be polite at all. The man in the strange robe had another idea. Naturally, he would not bargain with Yang Chen. Instead, he urged him to finish all the conditions and even reminded him of any omissions. Don't you want magic treasures and materials? For people like us, as long as we achieve our goals, we don't care what price we have to pay. The man in the strange robe advised, as long as it's worth it, it's just a worldly possession. The best iron metal, ninth water materials, all kinds of spiritual power, if there is, I can exchange it with the demon bead or spirit stones. Yang Chen also knew that he couldn't go too far, so these things were just the needs of the exchange, and it was not necessary. Now most of the great yin and yang 5 elements flying sword has been formed, the first wood Penglai divine wood flying sword, the second wood blood phantom vine flying sword, the third fire bright light sword, the fourth fire flying sword made by himself, the fifth earth living soil flying sword, the sixth earth 9 secluded flying sword, the seventh metal immortal blade, the ninth water Taishanman's flying sword, the 10th water dragon bone flying sword, only the 8th metal flying sword was missing. However, the 9th water flying sword Taishanman took out was very good, but it was still a little short of Yang Chen's requirements. It needed to be refined with some advanced materials. The current 9th water flying sword was just a sword embryo at best, not a 9th water flying sword. The original spiritual power already had the first wood, the third fire, the fourth fire, the fifth earth, the sixth earth, the seventh metal, the 9th water, and the 10th water. It was still missing the second wood true essence and the 8th metal true essence. If it could be collected, the great yin and yang 5 elements secret art would be almost complete, only the third fire true secret art was missing. Of course, these were all things that Yang Chen hoped to encounter by luck. Even if he proposed it, he did not expect to get it. But maybe these masters had it, and Yang Chen would never refuse it if he could exchange it. There is nothing else for the time being, but there is one thing, the demon bead that I got by purifying the magic aura on the way belongs to me. Yang Chen thought about it, and there was no other request. After the last one was mentioned, he finally didn't want more. The man in the strange robe listened with a smile on his face, but his heart was already sneering again and again. It was reasonable to say that they had a big plan this time, and it was understandable to use these prices in exchange for Yang Chen's help. But then again, they were either a demonic cultivator or a monster cultivator. In this lawless demon continent, if you want something, do you really have to pay any price? No problem, master, let's go on the road. The man in the strange robe directly made a decision, and then reached out to make a please gesture. All agreed. Yang Chen's face was stunned, and he also sneered in his heart. This guy seems to have agreed to all of them, but he must have other ideas in his heart. Yang Chen was not a naive boy, and he would trust the people in the demon sect unconditionally. Not a single one left. The man in the strange robe replied with certainty. It's been so long, I haven't asked the senior's name, I'm impolite. Yang Chen suddenly changed the topic and began to ask for the identity of the man in the strange robe. My surname is Li, and I have long forgotten my name. Others gave me the nickname Ying Mai. The man in the strange robe finally said his identity, but he still did not reveal the whole truth, just gave a surname and a nickname. You can call me Old Li, you don't have to avoid anything. Both sides claimed to be under, and there was no such thing as a junior in the demon continent. Whether it was Yang Chen or Ying Mai, they all called him this way. Yang Chen was not arrogant enough to call him Old Li. It was the first time they met, and their relationship had not reached that level, so this title could not be used casually. If it was Li Cheng, it would be fine for Yang Chen to call him Old Li, but this old guy definitely did not have this friendship. Senior Ying, this person under me, I think the senior has also investigated. Yang Chen said with a smile, doing business in the gathering point, we are honest with the old and the young. But this time the business is a bit big. Senior, do you think you should pay some deposit first? Deposit? Ying Mai's face was solemn, and his heart began to churn. According to reason, Yang Chen's request was not excessive at all, but it was not possible for Ying Mai. He had the idea of getting something for nothing from the beginning. Asking him to pay a deposit, wasn't this asking for his life? Chapter 1041. Young man, you haven't worked yet, and you want to be rewarded, this is not right. Ying Mai put on a sincere look and began to persuade Yang Chen. It's not a reward, it's just a deposit. Yang Chen carefully corrected Ying Mai's statement. It's to show the sincerity of the seniors and other seniors. You have so many requirements, how can I carry it with me? Ying Mai said, a little angry, and his tone was a little unkind. I'm not in a hurry. Yang Chen replied with a smile. When Senior Ying pays the deposit, I will get up with the seniors. How much is the deposit? Ying Mai resisted the anger in his heart, but he did not intend to fall out with Yang Chen immediately. If he had enough things on him, he would give them to Yang Chen first, and it would not be too late to take them back after he deceived him to do the work. Deposit, just a little something will do. Yang Chen's face was easy to talk to, and the words he said made people comfortable to listen to, but then he put forward a specific request: just give me half first, and after the matter is done, I will pay the other half. Phut, Ying Mai listened to Yang Chen's meaning of a little something, and he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood directly. Half is called a little something? The things that Yang Chen wanted, added up to the beginning and the end, if calculated in terms of spirit stones alone, had already exceeded tens of thousands of kilograms of high-grade spirit stones. If converted into top-grade spirit stones, it would be hundreds of kilograms. He was a master of the demon sect who came here to gain experience. How could he have such a net worth? Moreover, some things could not be bought even if there were spirit stones, such as those pill recipes and advanced fire seeds. Even if Yang Chen only wanted half as a deposit, Ying Mai could not get it even if he beat him to death. Young man, you are being unreasonable. Ying Mai didn't want to push things too far. After all, he needed Yang Chen to do things. If their relationship was too stiff and Yang Chen didn't put in the effort, it wouldn't look good. They had been planning this for hundreds of years, and they had only just discovered that Yang Chen was a cultivator who could purify devil chi. If Yang Chen did not cooperate, then the hundreds of years of preparation would go down the drain. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he still had to accommodate Yang Chen. Senior, it's just a deal between the two of us. If you're not willing, then just pretend this never happened. Yang Chen, on the other hand, put on a posture of not releasing the eagle until he saw the rabbit. In any case, it was not him who was in a hurry to ask for help, but Ying Mai. Since that's the case, don't blame me for using some tricks. Ying Mai let out a long sigh, as if he had foreseen something regretful. He shook his head repeatedly. Ari, if you don't listen to your elders, you'll suffer losses right before your eyes. Young people are young people, always unable to see the situation clearly. While shaking his head, Ying Mai's figure suddenly disappeared in front of Yang Chen's eyes, as if he had directly integrated into the jungle. It had to be said that this guy's concealment technique was indeed unique. It's useless, Senior, you can't hide the devil chi on your body. Yang Chen also shook his head and said in a certain direction. It's just a habit, Great Master, see you later. Ying Mai's voice came from that direction out of thin air. Great Master, you'd better worry about your few confidants and your friends first. Oh. Yang Chen was not annoyed, just said oh, and then said loudly, then please invite my friend first, as long as he is willing, I have no opinion. From the beginning, Ying Mai used Li Cheng and the four women to threaten Yang Chen, and now it was still the same trick. Yang Chen was not worried at all. If the other party wanted him to work, it was impossible to kill them. Moreover, Yang Chen felt that for the four women, this experience might be a rare opportunity to gain experience. However, Ying Mai was so unkind, Yang Chen did not mind him suffering a little, and took the initiative to focus on Li Cheng. These people going to deal with Li Cheng must be very exciting. As you wish, your friend will be brought to you soon. Ying Mai's voice came from a farther place, and he seemed to be in a much better mood. Or he felt that since Yang Chen agreed to this condition, as long as he captured Li Cheng in the early Yuanying stage, it would not be too difficult. I admire you. Yang Chen directly gave a thumbs up in that direction. Even if there was no one else around, Yang Chen still had an expression of admiration on his face, and finally added, I hope we can see each other again. It was hard for Yang Chen not to admire someone who dared to hit Li Cheng so blatantly. This old Ying Mai must have never heard of Li Cheng's power, but it was normal to think about it. What happened that day? Who had the face to say it? Since they didn't say it, then no one knew. It was understandable that Ying Mai didn't know. Yang Chen was now looking forward to the scene of Ying Mai meeting Li Cheng. He didn't know how Li Cheng would deal with this old Ying Mai. Would he behead him with a sword, or would he break him in half with a punch? In short, there wouldn't be many opportunities to see Ying Mai again. After Ying Mai left, Yang Chen didn't have the mood to kill the demonic beasts immediately. Since the other party was willing to agree to Yang Chen's harsh conditions, it was obvious that he was planning something big, and it was obviously not something that Ying Mai could support alone. Looking at Ying Mai's appearance, he wasn't the kind of person who agreed to Yang Chen's request deliberately, but he was really willing to pay the price for the big benefits, otherwise, there would be no such performance from Ying Mai. At this point, Ying Mai had already made it clear, but he was still unwilling to do anything to Yang Chen, which showed how much they valued Yang Chen. It must be known that the demon sects had never lacked means to control people's hearts, but those means would more or less cause some damage to the controlled people. For the sake of insurance, they would let Yang Chen go instead of directly controlling Yang Chen. This could only further prove that what they were plotting must have reached an earth-shattering level for them to act in such a manner. Otherwise, how could these old devils who had reached the Darching stage be so easy to talk to? It was already good enough that they didn't capture Yang Chen on the spot and torture him. As for what these people wanted to do, Yang Chen was too lazy to care. The guys from the demon sects, even if they made a big deal, it had nothing to do with Yang Chen on the demon continent. It was better to continue his cultivation. If things were really worth participating in, he believed that Li Cheng would make the right decision. If Li Cheng was willing to join in, Yang Chen didn't mind taking a trip. The reason why he left the last condition was because of this consideration. All the choices seemed to have been handed over to the mysterious Li Cheng. And Yang Chen didn't think there was anything wrong with this. Chapter 1042. Ying Mai didn't know that he had actually walked on the edge of death. He was in a good mood when he met Yang Chen, especially when he felt that this trip would be profitable, so he let him go. At this moment, Ying Mai, who has made up his mind, was planning to discuss with some other people and grasp several women related to Yang Chen and Li Cheng in his hands, so he didn't have to worry about Yang Chen not giving in. Yang Chen continued to practice here, and the people of Ying Mai had already started to make their move. It could be said that their efficiency was really high. It had only been less than 2 months since they separated, and Ying Mai appeared in front of Yang Chen again. Appearing with Ying Mai was Yang Chen's good friend Li Cheng in the eyes of Ying Mai. However, when he appeared this time, Ying Mai was not as arrogant as he was in front of Yang Chen last time. He was a little timid behind Li Cheng, and his face was careful. In Yang Chen's view, he looked like a servant leading the way. "Brother Yang, this time it's a bit interesting, let's go and see." Li Cheng was not polite to Yang Chen and said straightforwardly, "Okay." Yang Chen didn't mind Li Cheng's invitation at all and agreed directly without thinking about it. Not far away, Ying Mai looked at the two people with such a short exchange with a surprised face. He never dared to take a step forward and did not dare to say a word. Now in Ying Mai's mind, there was only regret. If he knew that Li Cheng, who seemed to be in the early yuanying stage, was such a terrifying character, he would not dare to provoke this master. The scene that happened that day, like a nightmare, kept reappearing in Ying Mai's mind, so that he could not forget it until he died. He thought that a little junior in the early yuanying stage, as long as Ying Mai came out, he could definitely win easily. With such an idea in mind, Ying Mai didn't even discuss it with others, but directly found his companion who was responsible for watching Li Cheng according to the secret record. The two did not make any preparations and appeared directly in front of Li Cheng. Two masters of the Darching stage, if they wanted to find trouble with a junior in the yuanying stage, what else did they need to prepare? They stopped Li Cheng and threatened him, forcing him to go with them and persuade Yang Chen. Li Cheng's response was also very refreshing. He just cut off the head of the master of the Darching stage who was stalking him with a sword, and then punched the shadow demon until he could no longer stand up. Only then did he ask what happened. Only then did Ying Mai realize how powerful Li Cheng was. Under Li Cheng's little tricks, Ying Mai finally knew what it meant to be worse than death. Not to mention the questions that Li Cheng had asked, even the questions that Li Cheng hadn't asked were quickly spilled out like beans pouring out of a bamboo tube. What did it mean to only seek a quick death? At least in Ying Mai's mind, the few times she was tortured by Li Cheng fully explained the meaning of these words. In the past, the high and mighty Darching stage Devil Pathmaster always decided the life and death of countless people with a wave of his hand. In front of Li Cheng, he was a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. If he wanted him to live, he would live. If he wanted him to die, he would die. He thought that the means of his own Devil Pathmaster was not the best in the world, but at least it was unparalleled in the underground world. But in front of Li Cheng, he discovered that the things he knew were just the leftovers of others. If it weren't for Li Cheng to see that Yingmai could quickly find the whereabouts of Yang Chen, at this moment, Yingmai would have already become the blood food of a demonic beast. Yingmai finally understood why Yang Chen would let Li Cheng decide. With Li Cheng, such a terrifying master, not to mention that he could cheat Yang Chen, even if he gave a little less, it was estimated that Yang Chen would not do it. At the thought of the huge price proposed by Yang Chen, Yingmai complained a little. If he knew this, he would have directly agreed to Yang Chen, and he would not have to take Li Cheng, this evil star. Now, even if he took the two to the destination, he didn't know how many complaints would fall. After all, when he promised Yang Chen, he did not discuss it with those people. Once those companions disagreed, how could he explain it? But in the current situation, could he afford to bargain with Yang Chen again? Li Cheng already knew everything. He did not behead him with a sword because he could lead the way. If he could not even do this well, was there any need for him to exist? Yingmai never thought of running away. When he thought of the means that Li Cheng used to force him, he couldn't help but tremble. Although he was called Yingmai, he absolutely believed that in front of Li Cheng, if he ran away, even if Li Cheng let him walk for an hour first, he would never escape the fate of losing his head. Being able to live until now, Yingmai suddenly found that he was more afraid of death than anyone else. This feeling made him wonder just what he had cultivated to in the past. If he knew it would be like this, why did he do it? In addition to remorse, Yingmai had no other thoughts. He could only obediently listen to Li Cheng, even if Li Cheng did not put any restrictions on him. Let's go. Yang Chen did not hesitate. With one word, he decided the rest of the journey. Since Brother Li thinks it's good, let's go and have a look together. Li Cheng turned his face and just glanced at Yingmai. Yingmai immediately came over obediently, and after bowing to Yang Chen, he took the lead and led the two of them into the depths of the jungle. In the beginning, Yingmai did not dare to go too fast, for fear that Yang Chen could not keep up. As for Li Cheng, he had already experienced his power. Even if he used his fastest speed, it was impossible to get rid of Li Cheng. But soon, Yingmai discovered that not only Li Cheng, but even Yang Chen's speed was definitely not slow. No matter how fast he increased his speed, Yang Chen and Li Cheng always followed a certain distance behind him at a steady pace. In the end, Yingmai had used all his strength and raised his speed to the extreme, but Yang Chen and Li Cheng were still so relaxed, not too fast or too slow. Even the two of them had the energy to chat while moving forward. It was completely different from Yingmai, who was so tired that his tongue was almost hanging out. Even if Yingmai was stupid, at this moment, he finally understood, and there was a burst of fear in his mind. Yang Chen and Li Cheng, these two young people who seemed to be only in the early yuanying stage, were definitely two terrifying guys. He was so lucky that after provoking one, he had to take the initiative to provoke the second one. Even if he was tired of living, he shouldn't be so eager to reincarnate, right? At this time, Yingmai had no other thoughts. He only wanted to be able to take the two to the destination safely, and he also had to spend a lot of effort to persuade others. Otherwise, if these two evil stars were to attack, not to mention that they had prepared for hundreds of years, even if they prepared for another 100 years, those benefits would not be theirs. Everything depends on whether those companions are on the right track and whether they cooperate. Chapter 1043. Along the way, Yingmai was rushing at full speed, and there would be some demonic beasts that didn't have eyes rushing out. For these guys who blocked the road, Yingmai did not dare to let Yang Chen and Li Cheng do anything, and directly killed these demonic beasts. Yang Chen and Li Cheng ignored Yingmai. On the way, Li Cheng just told Yang Chen what Yingmai was going to do. It was very simple to say that Yingmai found the ruins of an ancient sect on the demon continent, which was sealed by a large seal, and they had found the entrance. Now the only trouble was that if they were attacked by a very strong demonic chi, Even these guys who had been through hundreds of battles couldn't bear that level of demonic chi. They could only look at the entrance but couldn't enter. Therefore, these people were always looking for a master who could cope with the demonic chi to help them open the mysterious entrance. However, there were a lot of masters who knew about this, and everyone was on guard against each other. No one dared to leave easily, so it has not been solved until now. It wasn't until they heard about the appearance of Yang Chen that there was a glimmer of hope. Everyone quickly reached an agreement, and then sent Ying Mai, who was the best at hiding and tracking, and several companions to bring Yang Chen to the site. That ancient sect even appeared earlier than the demonic chi. Or it was because of the emergence of the demonic chi that the ancient sect could not continue and was forced to seal the entire sect with a large mountain ceiling formation. Just by feeling a word or two passed down, everyone could be sure that there were countless good things in the sealed ruins, which was worth everyone waiting for many years of hard work. Things were generally like this, and the details could be ignored. The site was in a valley in the depths of the demon continent. From where Yang Chen and the others were, it would take at least half a year to get there. This was not counting the endless demonic beasts that they had to deal with on the way. However, for Ying Mai plus Yang Chen and Li Cheng, this was not a problem. Ying Mai's Darching Stage Master Realm allowed him to easily deal with the vast majority of the demonic beasts. As long as a demonic beast rushed out, they basically couldn't escape the fate of being killed by Ying Mai. Occasionally, there would be a few small fish that slipped through the net, but they were instantly killed by Li Cheng, not leaving a single living creature behind. Traveling at full speed, they arrived at their destination in less than half a year. Of course, they didn't forget to take a few detours along the way and brought along Yang Chen's 4 wives. Since there was such a good thing, wouldn't it be a pity not to bring the 4 girls along to experience it? On the way, Yang Chen thought that the shadow demon was too slow, so he asked Gong Sunling to take out the ship. The speed of the fortress ship startled Ying Mai. Only then did she ponder over what Yang Chen had said. Yang Chen told him to do whatever he wanted to his wives. Fortunately, his companions only followed from afar and didn't make a move. Otherwise, who knew what the result would be? Putting everything else aside, just based on the speed of this ship, if the other party wanted to escape, there was no way they could catch up. Of course, those who were chasing the 4 girls didn't have the qualifications to rush to the ruins. Now, only Yang Chen, the 4 girls, Li Cheng, and Ying Mai were on the ship. Ying Mai was directly thrown to the bow of the ship to lead the way, while Yang Chen and Li Cheng drank and ate heartily with some of the dishes that Gong Sunling made. The demonic beasts couldn't keep up with the speed of the fortress ship at all. Occasionally, there were a few demonic beasts that could fly and could threaten the speed of the fortress ship, but they would be directly killed by Ying Mai. Drinking to their heart's content, Li Cheng and Yang Chen's relationship had also become closer because they had been spending time together these days. With Yang Chen's intention to befriend him, the 2 of them quickly addressed each other as brothers. Li Cheng's reported age was slightly older than Yang Chen's, so Yang Chen regarded himself as the younger brother and Li Cheng as the older brother. Yang Chen still couldn't see through this brother of his, Li Cheng. However, as long as he had no malice towards Yang Chen, he would never refuse to have this kind of relationship with Li Cheng. Everyone was a cultivator, and there were not so many trivial formalities, let alone burning incense and kneeling to become brothers of the opposite sex. They just drank a cup and began to address each other as brothers. My family is deeply aware that our cultivation is not profound enough, so we can only come to the demon continent to kill and gain experience. Please give us some pointers, big brother. Yang Chen couldn't see through Li Cheng, but this didn't prevent him from knowing that Li Cheng had good stuff in his stomach. Therefore, he did not regard himself as an outsider and asked Li Cheng to guide the 4 women in their cultivation. All 4 sisters-in-law have excellent qualifications. It's rare that you have such luck with women, brother. Li Cheng didn't directly agree, but he didn't directly refuse, he just said these words. It had to be said that Li Cheng's vision was absolutely sharp. Without relying on anything to assist him, he had such insight. The 4 women listened quietly, and they also knew that Yang Chen would never talk nonsense. They were all intelligent people. When they heard Li Cheng's words, they immediately paid respect to their sworn brother. I'm happy today, I'll give the 4 sisters-in-law a few meeting gifts. Li Cheng laughed, waved his hand, and 4 white lights flew directly to the foreheads of the 4 women and drilled in almost without any hindrance. The sudden scene startled Yang Chen. If it weren't for the inner demon training with the help of the demonic energy, he might have exclaimed and stood up. Resisting the surprise, Yang Chen cast an inquiring look at Li Cheng. The 4 sisters-in-law's life source magic weapon seems to have just been tempered. This brother will give you a little help. When the tempering is completed, you can more or less improve the grade. Li Cheng acted as if he had done something insignificant. He picked up the wine cup and took a sip before explaining with a smile. Li Cheng's words were never false, and Yang Chen was overjoyed. The 4 women were also a little surprised, but seeing that Yang Chen was so happy, they naturally knew that it would not be false. They all smiled and thanked him one after another. Everyone toasted to this sworn brother. Speaking of which, it's still your luck. Such a good distiller's yeast, I don't know which old guy left it, but it's all yours. Li Cheng enjoyed it, and filled his cup and took a big sip. Yang Chen's face was happy, but his heart was also secretly surprised. The 4 women were still tempering their life source magic weapon, and Li Cheng could use some unknown method to help them. This kind of method was simply unheard of. This cheap sworn brother was probably an incredible person. If Big Brother likes it, I will naturally offer it with both hands. Of course, Yang Chen would not be stingy with the distiller's yeast. He directly took out the gourd and was about to divide the distiller's yeast in half. As a result, as soon as he took out the gourd, it was snatched by Li Cheng. With Yang Chen's current strength, he didn't even have a chance to hold the gourd. I was wondering who did it. It turns out to be the private collection of these old guys. No wonder. Li Cheng took the gourd and played with it, blurting out. Chapter 1044. Li Cheng's action once again shocked Yang Chen. The gourd was in his own hands, even if Yang Chen had cultivated the yellow turban strongman body refining technique to the level of overturning the river, he couldn't grasp the gourd. It was easily grabbed by Li Cheng. How terrifying Li Cheng was, it could be imagined. There were also many things in the gourd that were incredible. The first wood spiritual solution, 7th metal spiritual solution, 9th water spiritual solution, 10th water spiritual solution, these were all described as lakes. Such a huge amount of origin spiritual solution, if people knew it, wouldn't it turn the sky upside down? But in a flash, Yang Chen calmed down. With the strength and insight shown by Li Cheng, it was estimated that a trivial origin spiritual solution could not be seen in his eyes. Sure enough, as Yang Chen expected, after Li Cheng got the gourd, he recognized that it was the work of the Dragon Clan from the refining technique. Listening to his tone, it seemed that he was a little dissatisfied with some of the guys in the Dragon Clan. I have read some records. These old guys of the Dragon Clan are afraid that others will know their nest and hide it very secretly. Holding the gourd in his hand and rubbing it a few times, Li Cheng said with some envy when they ascended, they would never tell others where the treasure is. I didn't expect it to benefit you, brother. Good luck, just good luck. Yang Chen didn't know what to say. Even if it was his own wife, he didn't tell them that he was reborn and became an executioner of the heavenly court. Naturally, he wouldn't tell Li Cheng. A good thing is a good thing, half of it when we meet. Li Cheng and Yang Chen, this new brother, were not polite at all, and directly said the words of half of it when they met. When those old guys brewed these wines, they were aiming to compete with the jade nectar, but even they didn't taste it themselves. They all came to you, brother, ha ha ha. It just so happens that I don't have anything good to filial piety to my big brother, these are my filial piety. Li Cheng said bluntly, but Yang Chen didn't take it to heart. There were some things that he wouldn't worry about if he thought it through. He simply followed Li Cheng's words and turned the so-called half into a brother's filial piety for his big brother. Li Cheng's words also shocked Yang Chen. The distiller's yeast brewed by the Dragon King was actually planning to compete with the Heavenly Court's jade nectar. Yang Chen didn't know about this at all. Of course, after Yang Chen ascended to immortality in his previous life, the Dragon King had already ceased to exist. In this life, he had only met the Dragon King for a short while, so it was impossible for him to know these secrets. On the other hand, Yang Chen could not figure out how Li Cheng knew these inside stories. It was just that Li Cheng was a mysterious expert that people couldn't see through. Presumably, there were some records passed down from generation to generation in the family. How can I accept this? Li Cheng was not an ignorant person. Although others could only find what Yang Chen wanted others to see in Yang Chen's gourd, but who was Li Cheng? How could he not find the many spiritual fluids in it? He was a little surprised and his face changed. Big brother has given the benefits to the 4 sisters-in-law, I haven't thanked you yet. Yang Chen was open-minded. Li Cheng could upgrade the level of those magic weapons when the 4 women were quenching their life source magic weapons. This gift was enough to match all the spiritual fluids. Everyone understood that the improvement of the life source magic weapon was by no means an easy thing. It took years of quenching to achieve it. Li Cheng just shot out a white light and it was completed in a flash. He didn't know how much time he saved for the 4 women. This was not even counting. The more powerful the life source magic weapon was, the more powerful its combat effectiveness would be in the future. On average, the upgrade of the magic weapon by a big level was equivalent to giving the 4 women an extra life. Compared with the spiritual fluids, it was natural that the lives of the 4 women were more important to Yang Chen. That is a greeting gift. Naturally, it can't be compared. Li Cheng laughed and didn't say much. He just took out a jade bottle from the Qiankuan bag on his body and held it in his hand. Big brother, I just like to drink a few mouthfuls of the best wine. Your distiller's yeast is really rare, so big brother will not be polite. As he spoke, Li Cheng took Yang Chen's gourd and put the mouth of the gourd against the mouth of the clean bottle and poured it, just like 2 drinkers holding a gourd of wine to share. Only Yang Chen knew what the amount of distiller's yeast in the gourd was. A huge lake was poured like this, it made people speechless. Li Cheng was really not polite at all, but the speed was quite fast. He poured half of it in 2 or 3 times. After pouring it, he picked up the bottle and shook it twice, his face was full of joy. Next, Li Cheng's actions made Yang Chen somewhat confused. He took the jade bottle and still put the mouth of the bottle against the mouth of the gourd, but this time he poured it from the bottle into the gourd. Yang Chen didn't know what Li Cheng was pouring into it, but with Li Cheng's vision, the liquid that could be collected in the jade bottle containing the distiller's yeast would definitely not be an ordinary thing. When I traveled around the world, I found a lot of good water. Whether it is used to make wine or alchemy, it is the best. I can't let others take advantage of it. Li Cheng said as he poured it into the gourd for Yang Chen. If it was just some good water, Yang Chen could accept it with a clear conscience. Exchanging so much distiller's yeast for some of the best spiritual spring water, it couldn't be said that it was a loss or a gain. After all, it was just some courtesy between brothers. I saw that among your flying sword collection, there is one that uses a little live soil. Li Cheng looked at Yang Chen and said without raising his head, it's just that the live soil is too little. Fortunately, I still have a little here. You can use it to refine your flying sword. It should be of some benefit. Li Cheng's words were understated, but in the ears of Yang Chen, it was no less than a great bell. That was the live soil, the magic weapon used by Gun to control the flood. Although the flood control was not successful, the name of the live soil had spread all over the world. Ming Guangruo of the Taishanmen had spent a long time to find a little live soil. According to Yang Chen's estimation, it was only a few millimeters at most. If it was refined into a flying sword, it would already be the best flying sword. Now Li Cheng actually wanted to give him a little so that he could refine a flying sword. This was simply too surprising. Yang Chen could completely predict that the little live soil that Li Cheng mentioned would definitely be a jaw-dropping amount. And the following facts were also placed in front of him like iron. Looking at the little live soil in Li Cheng's mouth in front of him, Yang Chen suddenly had a feeling that he had made a fortune. Even if he had collected so much origin spiritual liquid, Yang Chen had never felt like this before. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was ecstatic. No matter who it was, if they suddenly saw 10 kilograms of live soil in front of them, they would probably have the same feeling. It was definitely a kind of happiness that was smashed by a golden pie falling from the sky. Chapter 1045. 10 jin of live soil. This value could no longer be calculated by spirit stones. No matter who has 10 jin of live soil, no matter what kind of spiritual root he has, there will be no other way to deal with it except for his own use or as a family heirloom. Now, Li Cheng was in front of everyone and generously gave 10 jin of live soil to Yang Chen. The generosity and the heroism were unparalleled. Even Yang Chen, a knowledgeable guy, when he picked up the live soil, his hands couldn't help but tremble slightly. With the cultivation base of the middle stage of force-surging river, it seemed that holding 10 jin of live soil felt heavy. How could this be described as a big gift? It was simply a super luxurious heavy gift. With this 10 jin of live soil, Yang Chen's live soil flying sword could definitely be improved to the point where it could be comparable to the first wood Penglai divine wood flying sword. It must be known that the Penglai divine wood flying sword was refined from a whole Penglai divine wood. It was a complete divine wood, and 10 jin of live soil could be comparable to the whole divine wood. It was already heaven-defying. However, Yang Chen's surprise was not over yet, and then Li Cheng's words made him fall into a sluggish state again. You are a fire cultivator, you don't lack fire seed. However, the two most suitable fire seeds here, you should not have them yet. I don't feel any kind of aura from you. Li Cheng said very impolitely, and did not conceal the fact that Yang Chen was almost unconcealed in front of him. I have a lot of fire seeds, there are all grades, I don't know which two. Yang Chen asked with a smile. Yang Chen's fire seeds had indeed been a lot, from the 1st grade to the 7th grade fire seeds, the Daosek's fire seeds were almost collected. It was not possible to say that all of them were there, but 80% of the fire seeds should already be in the hands of Yang Chen. However, Li Cheng said that there were two most suitable fire seeds here. Yang Chen did not have them, but Yang Chen's interest was aroused. Two kinds of 5th grade fire seeds, 3rd fire peach flower karma fire, 4th fire red lotus karma fire. Li Cheng did not keep them guessing and directly gave the answer with a smile. As soon as the term hellfire entered Yang Chen's ears, Yang Chen was terrified. To put it simply, the karmic fire was the fire that burned sinners. Regardless of whether it was the peach blossom karmic fire or the red lotus karmic fire, legend had it that as long as one had a trace of evil thoughts, they would be burned to ashes by the karmic fire. Such a fire seed, even if it was Yang Chen, did not dare to touch it, let alone others. Who could guarantee that he wouldn't even have evil thoughts in his heart? Other than rocks, there was probably no other living thing that could do it. If there really was such a person, then it was certain that there would be no inner demons that would bother him. No one dared to touch the fire seed, so naturally, no one would be able to collect it. Although Yang Chen searched the world's fire seeds, these two kinds of hellfire were rated as 5th grade fire seeds for some reason, but no one could really use them. Even if no one had seen it, it was just like Yang Chen's yin-yang heaven burning fire. There was a legend, but no one had ever seen it. How is that possible? Yang Chen had heard of these two names, but he had never seen them. Not only that, even in the process of fusing the yin-yang heaven burning fire from scratch in this life, he did not think about fusing the red lotus karmic fire and the peach blossom karmic fire. What a joke! He wanted to control the fire seed, not be burned to ashes by the fire seed. What's impossible about this? Li Cheng has always had a smiling expression, and this time was no exception. He also replied with a smile, it's just a 5th grade fire seed, there is nothing special about it. That's the karmic fire, evil thoughts can't be aroused. Yang Chen looked at Li Cheng, his sworn brother, and was a little speechless. Even the idea of the karmic fire was not an ordinary kind of fierce. Oh, evil thoughts, what is good, what is evil? Li Cheng asked with a smile, if you understand this, then you don't have to worry about the difference between good and evil thoughts, and you don't have to worry about the karmic fire burning you. Please explain, big brother. With such an opportunity, if Yang Chen didn't know how to ask for advice, then he would be a fool, so he immediately climbed the pole and asked. Good and evil are divided into two, it's just your own so-called moral code. Li Cheng shook his head disapprovingly and explained to Yang Chen in detail. In this world, is there any completely correct standard to judge good and evil? Lying is evil, but in order to cover up the illness of relatives and friends, out of good intentions, it is also good. But if the person who is deceived doesn't understand, isn't it evil? With a very simple example, Li Cheng explained the difficulty of finding a standard. If there is no standard to judge good and evil, then isn't good and evil just empty talk? As long as the starting point is good, it won't be evil, right? Yang Chen asked cautiously. Good question. Li Cheng flicked his finger and asked with a smile, then I ask you, when in danger, a mother lets her young son escape and sacrifice herself, is this considered good? Yes. Yang Chen nodded of course. Then for a son, using his mother's life to exchange for his own life, isn't that very unfilial? Filial piety is the first of all virtues. Such an unfilial person must be guilty of a lot of evil, right? Li Cheng asked again. This? Yang Chen was suddenly stumped. According to Li Cheng's standards, it was indeed difficult to let go. Or this is because the target is different, it may be a bit troublesome. Then, let's go back to the mother. Li Cheng spoke with a smile from beginning to end. For the sake of her son, a mother is willing to sacrifice herself. This is good, but if in order to save her son, she blocked the escape of others, causing more people to lose their lives, then what she did is good or evil. There was no other thought in Yang Chen's mind, only following Li Cheng's words. This question seemed very interesting. Even the 4 women listening at the side fell into deep thought. Human cultivators have human cultivators' moral standards. Killing people is evil, killing bad people is good, but being deceived and killing good people is the opposite, it is evil. Do you think it can be justified by saying that doing good with the heart, even though good is not rewarded, doing evil without the heart, even though evil is not punished? Li Cheng asked again, good, evil, how can it be so easy to say clearly? Even if it is done out of good intentions, in this world, there are a lot of people who do bad things with good intentions, isn't it? Doing bad things with good intentions, this is indeed a matter that makes people speechless, but it can't be denied that no matter in which realm, such things are endless, there has never been a time when it stopped. Actually, in the end, it is just the heart of Tao. Li Cheng concluded in the end, as long as you firmly believe that what you are doing is right, then there is no harm in continuing on. What is the heart of Tao? This is the heart of Tao, it is just indomitable perseverance. Even if you are a devil, as long as you firmly believe that killing and arson is right, then killing and arson is your Tao, it is your heart of Tao, transcending the tribulation and ascending is just around the corner. Chapter 1046. If the devil's actions can also be achieved, wouldn't the world be in chaos? This time, it was not Yang Chen who asked the question, but Gao, one of the 4 women who were listening next to him. How do you know that the person killed by the devil is not a bad person who will do evil in the future? Li Cheng's words were very philosophical, of course, it also meant that it was unfathomable. If it had to be said in layman's terms, perhaps it would be incomprehensible. Gao no longer asked questions, but began to think. To be honest, the dialogue between Yang Chen and Li Cheng made the 4 women have some insights. Even Yang Chen himself seemed to have figured out a lot of things. The so-called good thoughts and evil thoughts, since they are just thoughts, then as long as there is no action, they are just thoughts. Li Cheng smiled and comforted Yang Chen. The hellfire is just a kind of fire seed, and there is no wisdom, how to judge whether it is good or evil. Could it be? Yang Chen's heart suddenly moved, and he figured out a lot of things. Li Cheng smiled and gave Yang Chen an encouraging look. Yang Chen suddenly had more confidence, and then said, could it be that this hellfire will only backfire when you have a guilty conscience? It's a little close. Li Cheng clapped his hands and gave Yang Chen a very positive answer. As long as your ideas are not put into practice, there will be no impact on the outside world, and you will naturally not have a guilty conscience. The so-called good thoughts and evil thoughts are just to see if you have regrets. In this world, who can never regret? Yang Chen sighed and said, there are always some things that people can't let go. What can I do if I regret? Can I change what has happened? Li Cheng stared at Yang Chen with a meaningful look, and said with a smile, just stick to your heart. If you are overcautious on the road of cultivation, then what is the cultivation? Go and live an honest life in the mortal world. What is the heart? Yang Chen suddenly asked Li Cheng solemnly. What I don't regret is my conscience. Li Cheng gave an answer that seemed to have been said before without any hesitation. Then, he stretched out his hand, and 2 oil lamps with weak flames appeared in his hand. These 2 types of karmic fire are the most suitable here. Take them. Thank you, big brother. This time, Yang Chen thanked Li Cheng very formally. The words just now made Yang Chen feel like the clouds had parted to see the bright moon. His state of mind naturally improved, and this bow was his sincere gratitude. "It's just a small matter, it's not worth mentioning," Li Cheng said in his usual cheerful tone. "We drink more happily." As he spoke, Li Cheng threw the gourd to Yang Chen. Yang Chen took the gourd, but subconsciously probed it with his spiritual consciousness, intending to see how much of his distiller's yeast was missing. But when he probed, he was stunned on the spot. In the gourd, half of the distiller's yeast was gone, but a few other liquids were added. Li Cheng said that he had found a few spiritual springs when he traveled around the world and gave them to Yang Chen. Now in the gourd, there were a few gurgling springs that had slowly formed a few small lakes. This was not what surprised Yang Chen. What surprised Yang Chen was another small lake. Perhaps it couldn't be described as a lake. It was just a small pond, a few feet in radius, and it didn't look very big. But this small pond was a kind of liquid that made Yang Chen feel very familiar but somewhat strange. Yang Chen just carefully explored it and immediately knew the name of this liquid. Eighth metal spiritual solution. This was one of the two original spiritual solutions that Yang Chen couldn't find, eighth metal spiritual solution. He didn't know where Li Cheng got it. Although it was not as outrageous as the 7th metal spiritual solution and 10th water spiritual solution that Yang Chen got from Taibai Jinxing and the Dragon Palace, so much 8th metal spiritual solution was enough for Yang Chen to take a bath. "I took some of your original spiritual solution, and naturally I have to make up for it." Of course, Li Cheng knew why Yang Chen was surprised now. He smiled and said, "With a glass of wine, courtesy is reciprocal. It just happens that I lack some 9th water and 10th water and 1st wood spiritual solution on hand. I took some of them and used these 8th metal spiritual solutions to supplement them. Take it without saying anything. I will punish you with 3 cups of wine." Li Cheng said that he took it without saying anything, but there was no guilt on his face. He took the cup and poured 3 cups of Jade Dragon wine in succession. They were all drunk in one gulp. His face was smiling as if it had never happened. Yang Chen certainly would not care about this little thing with Li Cheng. What's more, Li Cheng gave Yang Chen a great opportunity. Seeing that the great yin and yang 5 elements secret art was in sight, how could Yang Chen care about this little thing that was not worth mentioning? "Thank you, big brother." Yang Chen said thanks this time, and did not thank him again. He just picked up the wineglass and drank a few cups with Li Cheng. "Big brother, you can't favor one and discriminate against the other." Gao was obviously the best among the 4 women. Seeing that Yang Chen and Li Cheng were now happy, she also came forward and gave a toast to Li Cheng. Then she said, "We still need Big Brother's diligent guidance for our cultivation." The other 3 women were not themselves. When they heard the song, they immediately lined up and toasted one by one. Li Cheng was very forthright as he drank the wine. "In fact, all of you have excellent qualifications, and your husband let you practice the original cultivation method. In this regard, there is nothing to point out." After Li Cheng waited for all 4 women to drink around, he said, "In the future, as long as the yin and yang 5 elements of the original cultivation method is learned, there will be no more problems. However, cultivation is not only a matter of realm and cultivation method, but also a matter of many practical applications." Li Cheng looked at Yang Chen and did not treat Yang Chen's 4 wives as outsiders. As long as the method can achieve the goal, it is a good method. The move that can kill the enemy is a good move. There is no need to stick to the realm of cultivation. In this regard, if you have any questions, you can ask them and we can discuss them together. The words were polite, it was a discussion, but everyone understood that this was already a promise to give advice. Of course, the specific advice still depended on what kind of questions the 4 women could ask. When Li Cheng said this, everyone was overjoyed. "There are still some days to go, little brother. You can try to use the 2 kinds of hellfire." After agreeing to the 4 women, Li Cheng turned to Yang Chen and said, "These 2 kinds of hellfire are better than your earth core fire and mysterious wood fire." After saying this, Li Cheng seemed to feel a little incredulous and asked directly, "No, little brother, you have so many fire seeds in your hands, why do you only use these 2 kinds of 3rd grade fire seeds as your life source fire seeds, and not the higher grade fire seeds?" Could it be that there is a reason for this? Or have you encountered any problems that cannot be solved? Chapter 1047. When Li Cheng asked this, Yang Chen was also surprised. For a long time, Li Cheng gave Yang Chen the impression that he knew everything. He did not have the slightest secret in front of Li Cheng and was completely seen through by him. But this time, it was obvious that Li Cheng was wrong. The yin-yang heaven-burning fire could simulate any kind of flame, or it could be said that it was not a simulation. It itself contained the characteristics of that kind of flame, and naturally it could bring out that kind of flame to the fullest. Yang Chen always did not want others to know his own details, so the life source fire that was shown externally was also two kinds. The third fire mysterious wood fire and the fourth fire earth core fire were all third-grade fire seeds. They were not very clever fire seeds, but whether it was the mysterious wood fire or the earth core fire, they were very suitable for alchemy to process medicinal materials. This gave the impression of outsiders that Yang Chen was a very pure alchemy master. Who would have thought that this deliberate effect could even fool Li Cheng? It was rare for Li Cheng to have a place that he did not understand, that he could not see through Yang Chen. Yang Chen was naturally happy for a long time, and then he released the yin-yang heaven-burning fire that had been formed. The two fire dragons flew up and down beside Yang Chen. The two purple and cyan fire dragons were like living things. Except that because the grade was still low, it was impossible to simulate all the details of the dragon. Looking from a distance, they really thought that they were two living fire dragons. Even Li Cheng couldn't help but widen his eyes and carefully observe the two life source fire dragons of Yang Chen. He was so stunned that he could no longer speak. But Li Cheng was Li Cheng, and soon he saw some clues from it. Suddenly his face changed greatly. He pointed to the two fire dragons of Yang Chen and asked with some uncertainty, This is not the yin-yang heaven-burning fire, right? Li Cheng's words made Yang Chen feel awe, especially for the family or sect that taught Li Cheng. The yin-yang heaven-burning fire was a legend that only existed in the heavenly court. He could even know about it. This was by no means an ordinary deep heritage. Sometimes, Yang Chen even wondered if Li Cheng was a consciousness clone of someone from the immortal dimension that had descended here, but he quickly dispelled this thought. That was impossible. When a consciousness clone from the celestial realm descended to the lower realm, it would lose more than 99% of its memories. How could it be like this? Big Brother really has a discerning eye. Yang Chen could not help but sigh. Li Cheng was really knowledgeable. How could other people call out the name of yin-yang heaven-burning fire? You really surprised me. Li Cheng's incredible gaze once again stared at Yang Chen, and then turned to the two fire dragons, carefully observing. Rich purple, pure green. Not bad, not bad. This foundation is not bad. After looking at it for a while, Li Cheng finally gave a comment. Then he asked, why is it only 4th grade? Why don't you fuse with high-grade fire seeds? You still have a lot of high-grade fire seed. I'm afraid that my foundation isn't good enough, so I don't dare to take any risks. Yang Chen is also telling the truth. For Li Cheng, a master who can easily control the hellfire, he also asked for advice. I want to fuse more low-grade fire seeds, and then use high-grade fire seeds. The foundation has been laid to this point, in fact, it's almost there. Li Cheng nodded first and agreed with Yang Chen's statement. Then after carefully observing the two fire dragons, he gave such a conclusion: you can fuse high-grade fire seeds. In the future, when there is a low-grade fire seed, and then fuse it, it will not affect the quality of yin-yang heaven-burning fire. Yang Chen already had the intention to fuse the 5th-grade fire seed, but he had not done it. Now that even Li Cheng said this, he immediately made up his mind. It just so happens that the Red Lotus Hellfire and the Peach Blossom Hellfire are the most suitable fire seeds for you in this demon continent. They have a unique way to deal with the devil energy. During this time on the road, I will help you guard and fuse these two fire seeds, and it will also be a little more insurance. Li Cheng exhorted, and at the same time gave Yang Chen another surprise. I happen to have 2 ways to control the hellfire here, you can study it first. With the good and evil thoughts that Li Cheng had told Yang Chen before, plus the method of controlling the hellfire given here, combined with the experience of Yang Chen's previous life, controlling the hellfire was not a problem at all. The only thing that needed to be considered was the time. If they rushed all the way, maybe they would arrive at the destination, and there would be no way to successfully absorb the fusion. However, this was not a problem at all for Li Cheng. Yingmai didn't even dare to breathe in front of Li Cheng. Didn't he let Li Cheng say east and west? Li Cheng asked him to find a suitable place for the 4 women to gain experience. Wasn't it just a matter of saying a few words? As for delaying the time, it was even easier. Yingmai only needed to send a message back to inform other companions that the people had been found and were on the way. Now that the people had been obtained, there was no need to worry about other things. They were all masters of the Dacheng stage. It was normal to wait for a year and a half, and no one would be impatient. In the following days, the 4 women practiced under the guidance of Li Cheng, and Yang Chen began to concentrate on absorbing and merging the Red Lotus Hellfire and Peach Blossom Hellfire. The process was the same as that of the low-grade fire seeds. They all began to be absorbed by the profound spirit furnace, and then used the profound spirit furnace as a buffer to integrate it into the yin-yang heaven-burning fire. However, even if the process was the same, the difficulty was beyond the reach of the low-grade fire seeds. The 5th-grade fire seed in the mortal world could already be regarded as the best that could be used for cultivation. In his previous life, Yang Chen had only integrated a 5th-grade true sun fire, and he was able to cross the tribulation and ascend, and later became a great principal golden immortal. The power of the 5th-grade fire seed could be seen. In his previous life, when Yang Chen absorbed the true sun fire, it could be said that it was a narrow escape from death. At that time, Yang Chen had to take this huge risk in order to revenge, and succeeded by luck. Although the difficulty of integrating the 5th-grade fire seed in this life would never be as high as in his previous life, this was not the true sun fire that Yang Chen was familiar with, but the Red Lotus Hellfire and Peach Blossom Hellfire that had just been received. Even Yang Chen had to give it his all. It was a relatively simple process to absorb the 2 kinds of fire seeds into the profound spirit furnace. After all, as long as Yang Chen's Tao heart was strong, he would not be affected by it. The profound spirit furnace was also a dead object, and there would be no good and evil thoughts. Even if the hellfire was powerful, it was impossible to burn a dead object that had no thoughts. But the next thing could not be so simple. The fusion of the 5th-grade fire seeds, especially these 2 kinds of hellfire, a little carelessness would result in the consequences of the backlash. Before the beginning, Yang Chen even had to use the profound spirit furnace to control the 2 kinds of hellfire, refining some messy medicinal pills, familiarizing himself with the various medicinal properties and familiarizing himself with the fire properties of the 2 kinds of hellfire. Until Yang Chen had mastered the control of the 2 kinds of fire seeds, Yang Chen began the process of integration. Chapter 1048. The words that Li Cheng and Yang Chen's family said, Yingmai was not qualified to listen at all and could not hear it at all. The restrictions arranged by Li Cheng could not be broken by any cat or dog. Although Yingmai was already a master of the Dacheng stage, no one present had put him in their eyes alone. The 4 women were surprised to find that Li Cheng's knowledge was not even less than their husband's. When Li Cheng killed the great elder of the Taishanmen with a sword, the 4 women were not there and did not see Li Cheng's prestige. Now they had a better understanding of Li Cheng. Since it was regarded as a brother, Yang Chen naturally no longer concealed his identity and told Li Cheng the true identity of the 4 women. Li Cheng also said his family's origin. What surprised Yang Chen and the 4 women was that Li Cheng turned out to be from an ancient family. Strictly speaking, he was just a rogue cultivator. A rogue cultivator family could have such a deep heritage. If it was known to the outside world, it would definitely attract some people from the big sect to come to their door and seize these inheritances in their hands. They just didn't know how Li Cheng's family bypassed these big sect. The 4 women cultivated under the guidance of Li Cheng and Yang Chen had already begun the process of absorbing and integrating the Red Lotus Hellfire. The absorption of the 5th-grade fire seed, Yang Chen was cautious. With the help of the fire control technique given by Li Cheng, Yang Chen put a wisp of the Red Lotus Hellfire into his body. The fire control technique was just a technique, but in his own body, it still depended on his spiritual awareness and state of mind. Especially the hellfire, there couldn't be any hesitation in his heart. As long as there was an interruption, he would be burned by the hellfire immediately. Even if Yang Chen already had the embryonic form of the yin-yang heaven burning fire, he still couldn't escape this fate. During the absorption process, there couldn't be any interference. Yang Chen was clear about this, and Li Cheng was even clearer, so Li Cheng was very dedicated to protecting Yang Chen and placed Yang Chen in a special formation. This formation was really powerful. When the monstrous demonic qi encountered it, it seemed to have encountered an obstacle and couldn't penetrate at all. Not only that, the sound vibration of the outside world couldn't reach Yang Chen's ears at all. Even the formation had a super strong defensive function. Even if two Darching stage demonic beasts hit it, it would not have the slightest effect. The 5th grade fire seed was completely different from the 4th grade fire seed. The power was almost dozens of times. Just the moment when the flame entered the body, even with Yang Chen's ability to control the fire seed, it was almost buried by the severe pain. Fortunately, Yang Chen's will was not generally strong. He endured the pain and sent the red lotus hellfire into the yin fire of the yin-yang heaven burning fire according to the usual way of fusing the fire seeds. The yin fire seemed to be suffering from pain, constantly twisting madly, but under Yang Chen's strict control, it continued to absorb a wisp of flame. Finally, after a period of extreme pain, the small flame was integrated into the yin fire. The yin fire seemed to be suffering and kept twisting madly, but under the strict control of Yang Chen, it continued to absorb a wisp of flame. Finally, after a period of extreme pain, the little flame was integrated into the yin fire. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Around Yang Chen, suddenly an abnormality began to appear. A blooming red lotus tightly wrapped Yang Chen in it. If someone could get close to Yang Chen, they would definitely find that all the petals of this red lotus were made up of flames. At first, the red lotus still seemed a little rough, but slowly it began to become fine, and in the end, it was simply lifelike. Yang Chen's body swayed slightly, and the red lotus also swayed with Yang Chen's body, swaying and swaying, just like a living thing. The 4 women outside naturally saw this scene and were at a loss. They all cast doubtful eyes on Li Cheng. Li Cheng looked at this scene, but nodded repeatedly. Not bad, this red lotus hellfire can be absorbed and integrated in just half a year. I really did not read the wrong person. Li Cheng was also a little surprised at Yang Chen's speed, but thinking about Yang Chen's yin-yang heaven burning fire, it seemed that this performance was normal. The red lotus fire, Yang Chen only had one last wisp of flame left, and the entire absorption and integration process would be completed. After half a year of fusion, Yang Chen was already at the point of perfection. He was very familiar with the flame into the yin fire, and the whole process was over. Just as he was about to get up, his sea of consciousness suddenly shook. The cyan yin fire dragon in his sea of consciousness suddenly turned into a golden lotus, no longer in the shape of a fire dragon. The whole sea of consciousness seemed to be blown by an invisible breeze. It was indescribably clean and comfortable. Under the blowing of this breeze, the spiritual awareness began to improve steadily. With the strengthening of the sea of consciousness, the cultivation of the spiritual awareness smoothly rose to the 3rd grade of human immortal. However, after only absorbing the red lotus hellfire, the yin-yang heaven burning fire was already a little unbalanced, so Yang Chen did not get up and directly began the integration and absorption of the peach blossom hellfire. The process was basically the same, but after experiencing the baptism of the red lotus hellfire, Yang Chen's endurance and willpower had also greatly improved. It was much easier to absorb the peach blossom hellfire. In just half a year, a flaming peach blossom formed outside Yang Chen's body. At the moment when it was completely absorbed and integrated, the yang fire dragon of the yin-yang heaven burning fire in the sea of consciousness also turned into a pink peach blossom. His spiritual awareness improved again, the 4th grade of human immortal. The promotion was so smooth that Yang Chen couldn't believe it. Even if he had a similar experience when he absorbed the sun's true fire in his previous life, it was only from the early Yuanying stage to the middle Yuanying stage. How could it be like now? He was still in the mortal world, but his spiritual awareness had already been upgraded to the 4th grade of human immortal. A 5th grade fire seed was a 5th grade fire seed. It was completely different from a 4th grade fire seed. Of course, Yang Chen also understood that for the 4th grade and lower fire seeds, When fusing with the yin-yang heaven burning fire, it was just laying the foundation. Now it was the real time to reflect the power of the yin-yang heaven burning fire. Li Cheng had already discovered the changes in Yang Chen. After he calmed down completely, he released the formation. Because of the formation, this area was already a demonic qi vacuum. As soon as the formation was opened, the surrounding demonic qi was like a shark smelling the smell of blood, rushing towards Yang Chen. Quietly, two flowers appeared outside Yang Chen's body, a peach blossom and a lotus flower. As soon as the demonic qi touched these two flowers, it was like white snow meeting the sun. It melted and disappeared silently, leaving no trace. No wonder Li Cheng said that these two kinds of hellfire were the most suitable flames in the demon continent. This kind of innate restraint was really extraordinary. As long as the two kinds of hellfire were around him, even if Yang Chen had no other protection, he would definitely be unscathed under the demonic qi. Chapter 1049. With this hellfire for self-defense, we can go to that place. Li Cheng didn't say much, but it was difficult to hide his appreciation. However, the words revealed that the place they were going to was very dangerous. Yang Chen would doubt if Li Cheng had already been to that place, otherwise how could he be so well prepared? The four women's experience for more than a year was also fruitful. Deep in the demon continent, the enemy was much stronger than their cultivation base. Every day was an extreme challenge. If it weren't for Li Cheng's protection at the critical moment, maybe the four women would have already died. However, this extreme killing experience had extraordinary effects. Every day, they wandered on the line of death, which almost stimulated all the potential of the four women. The killing skills of the four women were simply improving rapidly. Each person faced 4 or 5 early darching stage demonic beasts, and they did not fall into a disadvantage. The previous experience arranged by Yang Chen was relatively safe, and the four women wanted to cultivate on their own, and did not want Yang Chen to take care of them, so it could only be said that they followed the rules step by step. The current situation, because of the changes, had to use this method similar to killing the goose that laid the golden eggs to force out the potential of the four women. Otherwise, the four women would become Yang Chen's burden in the next event. Fortunately, there was Li Cheng. He seemed to be more proficient in all kinds of killing skills than Yang Chen. Every time the four women took a break, he would summarize and point out to the four women, so that their experience also increased rapidly. Everyone finally set foot on the road to the valley again. The sad shadow demon, during this year, obediently served as the nanny of the four women, and did not dare to slack off at all. The masters of the darching stage were reduced to such a state, people couldn't help but sigh. On the way, everyone once again unified their statements. In fact, they mainly wanted the shadow demon to have an explanation. So that when he faced his companions, he could find a reasonable excuse for everyone's delay of a year. The next step was a smooth journey. Yang Chen's yin-yang heaven burning fire was carefully released on both sides of the ship. The demonic qi in the way seemed to have met its nemesis. Not to mention affecting the people on the ship, even approaching the ship was impossible. It had been a long time since the nine-nether flying sword had absorbed devil qi. The deeper they went into the continent, the denser the devil qi became. Of course, Yang Chen would not let go of such an opportunity. The nine-nether flying sword was at the bow of the ship, constantly absorbing devil qi along the way. This time, it took them a few months to reach their destination, the valley. Of course, when they were still some distance away from the valley, Gong Sunling put away the ship and concealed their auras. Ying Mai once again became a master who dominated everything, while Yang Chen, Li Cheng, and the other four women became pitiful worms who were coerced by Ying Mai. After entering the valley and seeing the scene inside, everyone could not help but feel a little surprised. No matter who saw such a big valley with thousands of masters of the darching stage, it was estimated that they would have this feeling. Yang Chen and the others also appropriately showed the nervousness and restraint of a few nascent soul stage juniors when they suddenly saw so many powerful seniors. They curled up behind Ying Mai and did not dare to say a word. Why did it take so long? Someone was obviously a little impatient from waiting. It has been more than a year since Ying Mai sent back the news. For such a long time, according to Ying Mai's speed, he could crawl back. As he spoke, he had already released a powerful pressure, which firmly enveloped Yang Chen and the others. It seemed that he wanted to directly give them a show of strength. There is no way, this little guy has not seen the world, he has only dealt with the devil chi on the periphery. Ying Mai replied very casually, without revealing any flaws. At the same time, with a wave of his hand, the other party's pressure disappeared. I can only let him adapt to the increasingly thick devil chi in a period of time, and by the way, see if he can really purify the devil chi. Don't do it casually, how can you work if you scare people? As he said this, Ying Mai was really shocked in his heart. If the two evil stars, Yang Chen and Li Cheng, were to attack, he wouldn't dare to say anything else, at least he would definitely not be able to bear the consequences. What is the result? The other party did not care about his pressure being swept away, but was very interested in Ying Mai's statement, and immediately began to ask for the result. Not bad, at least after a little adaptation along the way, he is no longer afraid of the devil chi. Ying Mai deliberately replied lightly. Then what are you waiting for? Let's start. Listening to Ying Mai's words, someone immediately became a little impatient and shouted. It seemed that these people had been waiting for hundreds of years, and when they heard that there was hope of a solution, they were a little anxious. Wait. Just as Ying Mai was planning to push the boat with the current and put forward Yang Chen's request, someone in the depths of the valley shouted. What does Brother Chen want? Before Ying Mai spoke, someone had already frowned and asked. He is just not afraid of the devil chi, but I don't know if he can purify the door. The person called Brother Chen also had a black veil covering his face, and others couldn't see his face clearly. The whole person seemed to be hidden in the black mist, and the yin chi was dense, which made people uncomfortable once it fails, but the door is damaged, how can he, a little Yuanying stage, afford it? From the beginning to the end, these people were talking about what they were going to do, and they didn't even intend to ask the identity of the 4 women and Li Cheng who came with them. In their eyes, including Yang Chen, they were just tools that could be used. Who would take them seriously? When everyone heard this, they all felt that it was reasonable. Ying Mai restrained his own fear, for fear that these people would speak disrespectfully, provoking Yang Chen and Li Cheng to be angry. Fortunately, Yang Chen and Li Cheng were now very cooperative, just standing quietly and not talking. It seemed that they would not attack on the spot, which made Ying Mai secretly breathe a sigh of relief. That kid, how can he prove that he can purify the devil chi? Someone immediately asked this topic. Does the purifying devil bead count? Ying Mai knew that he had to speak, and hurriedly asked. What can the 3rd or 4th grade devil bead prove? I have a 1st grade devil bead here, purify one on the spot and show us. The other party seemed to have been prepared, or had already planned it. He quickly took out a huge devil bead from his Chenkuan bag, put it in his palm, glanced at Yang Chen, and said very arrogantly, Kid, show us, do you have any use? Everyone's eyes were fixed on Yang Chen. Yang Chen didn't seem to be so afraid at the moment. He took a step forward and said with a smile, I have already agreed with Ying Mai Qianbei that there will be a reward for purifying the devil chi. As soon as the voice fell, it caused a large group of people to laugh. Chapter 1050. The guys in the valley have never seen such a funny guy. In this situation, it was like a sheep entering a wolf's den, and he was still thinking about rewards. Did this guy really train in the demon continent? How could he not even understand such a simple situation? It's okay to ask for rewards, but who are you going to kill? Someone asked loudly in the laughter of a group of people. Staying in such a ghost place for many years, every day, in addition to the demonic beasts, there were these unreliable companions, living in fear and full of hope. It was really not a life for people to live. Suddenly, there was a guy who looked like a happy person. Finally, there was a little joy. It was unreasonable not to tease Yang Chen. Yours. Yang Chen opened his mouth with a smile. His words caused a lot of people to laugh again, and it lasted for a long time. Brush, a white light suddenly shot out from Li Cheng's hand and hit the guy who had just asked the question. In the stunned eyes and laughter of the crowd, the guy who was hit by the white light suddenly stiffened, and then maintained a state of laughing wildly, motionless. All the laughter suddenly stopped, as if there was an invisible hand pinching everyone's throat. Everyone stared at the motionless guy, and their eyes were full of doubts. The rustling sound kept ringing, and in the eyes of everyone, the guy who had just asked the question, began to drop a small grain of sand. First the robe, then the shoes, then the hair, and finally the flesh, all turned into a dry fine sand and fell to the ground. An indescribable aura burst forth from that person's body. Peng, with a soft sound, his entire body completely fell apart, turning into a pile of fine sand. The fine sand then turned into a pile of ashes, and with a gust of devilish chi, the ashes quickly disappeared without a trace. Everyone involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva, even if these Darching stage masters had not seen such a thing for a long time without the permission of their brain. The aura that erupted from the companion just now seemed to be similar to that of the wind tribulation, and the way of turning into ashes was almost exactly the same as the failure of the tribulation. He didn't know what the white light Li Cheng shot out was, but it actually had the offensive power of the wind tribulation. "All right, I'll accept your reward. What do you want to do with it?" Yang Chen acted as if he didn't see the horrifying scene and asked seriously. After he asked, he seemed to remember that he had already returned to his senses. He patted his chest as if he suddenly realized something and said in a resentful tone, "Really, you're such a big boss, but you don't know how to ask first before paying the price." Under the murderous gazes of the black-clothed Mahayana experts, Yang Chen turned to the crowd with a calm expression and asked again, "Who else wants to use your life as a reward?" A master of the middle Darching stage was so inexplicably killed by an inexplicable junior who didn't know where he came from with an inexplicable magic weapon, and none of the masters around him recognized what it was. The only thing he was certain of was that the magic treasure seemed to be able to unleash a power similar to the wind tribulation. For experts who did not have enough power to cross the tribulation, it would definitely be a fatal blow. "No one? Then I'll tell you what I'm willing to pay." Yang Chen looked around and no one spoke. Yang Chen only thought that everyone agreed to his request for the price. Then he said what he had said to Ying Mai again. "I was almost fooled by these juniors." When Yang Chen finished saying his price, after a while, someone finally said, "This kind of wind tribulation, how can you and other juniors refine it? After making this attack, how many more can you do?" When they heard this, everyone suddenly understood. Everyone was frightened by Li Cheng's wind tribulation. No one thought about how ordinary people could refine this kind of attack. Except for the masters who have passed the wind tribulation and were about to ascend, who could refine it? After crossing the tribulation, there were only dozens of breaths before they would ascend. Even if they helped the younger generation to refine this kind of attack magic weapon, how many could they refine? Maybe after making this attack, there would be no more means of attack. More than 1,000 people, how could they be frightened by such an attack? It's really a brilliant idea. Li Cheng smiled over there and raised his right hand. In his right hand, there was a snow-white jade pendant. The jade pendant flashed faintly so that everyone could see it clearly. There is indeed only one attack in it. I don't know which senior is willing to use his life in exchange for the opportunity of the seniors here. Li Cheng's words made everyone stunned in place. Indeed, Li Cheng did not have many means of attack, and now he clearly told everyone that there was only one attack left. However, which one of the people present was willing to use their own life to help others? If there was really such a selfless saint who did not think for himself, then what kind of demon sect master was he? Among the demon sect masters who could cultivate to the Darching stage, which one of them was this kind of good person who did not care about himself? A group of masters looked at each other, and no one could say anything. Some people even began to doubt the people around them. Once someone had a bad idea and casually pushed them out to consume Li Cheng's wind tribulation, wouldn't that be terrible? For a time, the atmosphere, which was not harmonious, became more and more tense. Everyone was on guard, and no one dared to relax. Only Ying Mai knew in her heart that Li Cheng did not only have a fatal blow left. If Li Cheng was willing, he could not say that he could kill all the people here, but it was definitely more than enough for one person to kill dozens of people. However, this kind of thought would only be kept in his heart and would never be revealed. Exclusive resources must be controlled exclusively. Ying Mai was not a good person, and there were no close friends of Ying Mai here. Why would Ying Mai tell others? She might even mislead a few guys who had disagreements with her and let them go to Li Cheng's side to die. This was the way of survival for the demon sects. Some clever ones began to lean back, and the more clever ones slowly moved to the place behind the 4 women where Li Cheng could not see. Li Cheng alone could not completely pay attention to the movements of so many people. Moreover, everyone was afraid of Li Cheng's attack, so it was normal for them to hide. Li Cheng was a smart person, and he would not dare to easily release the last blow and let his own life-saving means fail. As a result, everyone began to be in a stalemate. In a place where Li Cheng could not notice, some seemingly normal movements of a few people had already made a few masters with tacit understanding have a new idea. Chapter 1051. Suddenly, the 4 masters suddenly made a move and rushed to the 4 women, Gaou, Shishanshan, Sun Qingxue and Gong Sunling, who had been watching the excitement and seemed to be unprepared. It was not Li Cheng who wanted to kill people, but here they were all in the early Yuanying stage. As long as any woman was caught, they would have the capital to negotiate with Yang Chen and Li Cheng. Smart people should use smart people's methods to do things. So many masters of the Daching stage could not be threatened by a few young boys and not dare to move. Where would everyone's face go? The idea was good, the timing was good, and the target was also good. 4 masters of the Daching stage came out to capture 4 juniors in the early Yuanying stage. It should be easy, if there was no tortoise shell that suddenly appeared. Outside the bodies of the 4 women, suddenly a huge tortoise shell appeared without warning, and several people, including the 4 women and Yang Chen and Li Cheng, were all wrapped up. The 4 masters who made a move grabbed the thick tortoise shell. There was no other result except for the pain in their arms. As soon as they failed, the 4 were shocked and hurriedly retreated with the fastest speed. In the blink of an eye, they rushed out of the valley. No one wanted to bear Li Cheng's fatal blow. The embarrassing movements of the 4 people caused the women in the tortoise shell to laugh. Yang Chen and Li Cheng shook their heads with some regret, and sighed, making people hate that they could not directly pull them out and grind their bones to ashes. Why bother? Why bother? Yang Chen shook his head and sighed with emotion. Without a magic weapon, do you dare to come in front of the seniors? Seeing a group of people staring at them with the same eyes as if they had killed their father, Yang Chen could only spread his hands to express his innocence. The business can't be done, but benevolence and righteousness, right? If the seniors don't want to pay, it doesn't matter, this younger generation junior doesn't contribute. Don't tell me you want to stay in this this magic weapon and not come out? Someone asked immediately. He was going to say the tortoise shell, but when he just spat out the word wu, he saw Sun Qingxue inside and suddenly changed his words. Yang Chen and the others had the black tortoise shield to protect their bodies. They couldn't hurt them for the time being, but it also meant that Yang Chen and the others couldn't leave. The people here would not let Yang Chen and the others leave and spread the news, they would keep them at all costs. I'm sorry, as a magic refining master, I still have a certain net worth. Yang Chen put on an embarrassed face and said these words. As if in coordination with Yang Chen's words, the 4 women behind him have taken out tables and chairs from their chenkuan bags, the red clay stove and so on. Shishanshan had started to drive the stove to boil water and prepared the tea. They planned to make the tea slowly. Li Cheng took out 2 small wine cups and a wine pot and asked Yang Chen to sit down. The 2 of them began to drink 1 cup after another. While drinking, Yang Chen didn't stop. He kept taking out large pieces of upper-grade spirit stones from his chenkuan bag and put them on the table to show off. Not to mention anything else, just this pile of upper-grade spirit stones had already exceeded 1,000 jin. This was only a small part of the last time Yang Chen made a fortune at the gathering point. It must be known that a demon bead could be sold for a few hundred jin. After accumulating, Yang Chen could easily take out tens of thousands of upper-grade spirit stones. Even if there was no spiritual power in this damn place, just relying on the spirit stones, Yang Chen's family and Li Cheng could continue to cultivate. So many upper-grade spirit stones were enough to support a few people's cultivation for thousands of years. Not to mention that this was still a place with abundant spiritual power. It was just a little bit of demonic energy interference. For Yang Chen, it was simply not a problem. Yang Chen put on such a posture of planning to consume for a long time, and the people outside were dumbfounded for a while. Using his life to threaten him, he had the Xuanwu shield in his hand, so he didn't care at all. If he couldn't be trapped, he wouldn't delay his cultivation. If he was forced, he would lose a life. It was simply helpless. However, a group of demon sect masters couldn't wait any longer. They waited for hundreds of years to find a guy who didn't care about the demonic energy and could be purified. If they didn't catch him, who knew how long they would have to wait? Even if they didn't say what good things could be obtained in the ruins, the problem of lifespan alone was enough to make a group of people feel helpless. The masters of the Darching stage had a lifespan of 5,000 years. Many people here had already lived for more than half of it. If they couldn't break through in the next few years, it meant that they could only wait for death. The devilish bead could increase their cultivation base, but as long as it was a devilish bead with demonic energy, there was a risk. The low-grade bead was meaningless to them at all, and the high-grade third grade and above couldn't clean the demonic energy on it at all. After taking it, there was a 60% chance that there would be big trouble, and the remaining 40% was the opportunity. The problem was that if there was a purified devilish bead, if there were some better magic weapon materials that could be obtained in the ruins, why would they risk their lives to improve? However, the only person who could purify the demonic chi and help them open the entrance to the ruins was not willing to help because they had not intended to pay him. Now that they had angered him, he would rather be trapped here than help them. What should they do? At the critical moment, Yingmai performed well. Seeing that everyone didn't talk, he also knew what these people were thinking in their hearts, so Yingmai finally stood up. Grandmaster, we were only joking. Naturally, we will give you the reward that you mentioned. Yingmai was the first person to contact with Yang Chen, and it was also Yingmai who promised to give the reward. At this time, he stood up and acted as a peacemaker between the two sides. Yes, it's just a joke, it's just a transaction, of course, you have to pay the price. With Yingmai as a stepping stone, all the masters of the Darching stage climbed down the pole and agreed again and again. However, Master, the things you want are too much, we still need to get together. Yingmai then opened his mouth, and his tone was more of a discussion. Master, please sit down first, wait for us to get the things together. Well said, I do business, the price is fair, and I am honest. Yang Chen reached out and made a gesture. You continue. With this premise, the atmosphere between the two sides eased for a while. Yingmai was about to discuss with everyone in the distance, but someone expressed a different opinion. We can get together the reward, but if we get together for a long time, the master can't purify the demonic energy there. What if we can't do it? A master who was far away asked also, there are a lot of rewards, some people pay more, some people pay less, how should it be calculated? Chapter 1052. Master, how do you think this matter should be solved? When Yingmai heard that it was reasonable, he immediately turned back and asked Yang Chen. In fact, not only Yingmai, but everyone else felt that it was reasonable. Yingmai said this just to express the meaning of everyone. Can you purify the demonic chi? Is it possible to purify a first-class demonic bead? Yang Chen thought for a moment and asked. In the beginning, someone wanted to use the demonic bead to test Yang Chen. Later, it was ruined by a series of things. This time, it should be no problem, right? Purifying the demonic bead is not enough. The voice in the distance said again. Although Yang Chen and Li Cheng were strong, after all, their cultivation bases were there, and they could not be crossed. After thinking about it, he was still not sure that he could kill all the masters of the Darching stage here. Otherwise, they would definitely come to the place and start directly, and would never use such a troublesome way. Now that the guy who was hiding far away was so questioning, Yang Chen had no good way to deal with it. He could only spread his hands and asked, what other good ideas do the seniors have? From here to the north, about 1,000 miles away from here, there is a valley. As long as you can go and purify the things in that valley, I will admit that you have the ability to purify the demonic chi. I will take out a 7th grade demonic fire as a reward. The master who spoke in the distance continued to transmit his voice, and everyone heard it clearly. The valley in the north. When Yingmai heard it, his face suddenly changed. Isn't it too dangerous? It seemed that everyone here knew what the valley in the north was. Yang Chen could feel that at least half of the people had some changes in their faces after hearing about it. Dangerous? What do you not need to take risks? The other party still sneered in the distance and replied, moreover, if you can't even cope with the demonic chi there, the demonic chi on the other side of the portal is even worse. Isn't it harming Master Yang? This. Yingmai really couldn't refute it for a while. It seemed that this was indeed true, at least most of the people next to him were nodding. Okay, I will go there. Yang Chen didn't know what was there, but after absorbing 2 kinds of 5th grade fire, his confidence was greatly increased. How could he be frightened by some small difficulties? Li Cheng insisted on coming here. There might be something good inside, so how could he miss it? Seeing that Yang Chen agreed, the masters of the darching stage outside seemed to have a strange light in their eyes. They couldn't tell whether it was helplessness or shock, or gloating. There was a helpless, bitter smile on Yingmai's face. When he looked at Li Cheng, there was even a trace of pleading in his eyes. This was what Yang Chen had promised himself. It had nothing to do with Yingmai. He didn't want Yang Chen to be angry at him because of this incident. He didn't know what method Li Cheng used, but he actually scared the darching stage master like this. Yang Chen was about to step out of the black tortoise shield when he suddenly stopped and asked in a loud voice, however, if I go out for a while, how can the various seniors guarantee that they will not take the opportunity to deal with me? Since you're willing to help, how can we destroy our hundreds of years of hope? The master in the distance seemed to have some status. At least the demonic pathmasters here nodded in succession and echoed his words. In that case, I will not go too far. Senior, you and Senior Yingmai, and there are 10 seniors with the highest cultivation base who will make a heart oath. They will never harm me before I purify the demonic chi of the portal. I will believe you. Yang Chen put forward a seemingly impossible request. I am a villain first, and then a gentleman. In any case, I have to save my life. The masters looked at me, I looked at you, and then turned their eyes to Yang Chen's group, and no one spoke. What's so difficult about this? The voice in the distance sneered and said loudly, if you are useless, you will die when you get to that valley. Do you still need us to do it? If you are useful, we will naturally not do it before you purify the portal. This old man swears by my heart that I will never do it before you purify the portal. With this master taking the lead, Yingmai no longer felt any pressure, and immediately followed up with a second heart demon oath. Perhaps the words of the master were very reasonable, and immediately, 10 masters swore one after another. Although it was unknown if they were the 10 with the highest cultivation base, the number was not at all inferior. After hearing everyone finish swearing by their heart demons, Yang Chen then stepped out of the black tortoise shield's protective circle. With these 12 masters swearing by their heart demons, he temporarily did not have to worry about being attacked by a group of people. If someone made a move, it meant that they wanted to kill these 12 masters. After they swore, they would definitely not let these people do it. Or it could be said that the words of the master were effective. After Yang Chen came out, no one showed any signs of making a move. Instead, it was the few closest to him who gave him detailed directions. Everyone's eyes were filled with a kind of gloating and expectant gaze. It was as if they hoped that something would happen to him, but it also seemed like they did not want anything to happen to him. It was a little contradictory. No one asked how the rewards would be distributed after everyone pulled together. If Yang Chen couldn't even pass this hurdle, naturally, there was no need for them to pool their rewards. Therefore, everything had to wait for the result after Yang Chen went to the valley. After Yang Chen asked about the detailed route, he said goodbye to Li Cheng and the 4 women, summoned the 9 secluded flying sword, and flew toward the valley regardless. A group of masters watched Yang Chen take out a flying sword that was surrounded by demonic chi and flew with it. They didn't know what expression was contained in their eyes as they watched Yang Chen leave. He didn't know what was in the valley. How could it make a master of the darching stage like Yingmai have such a reaction? Yang Chen was also puzzled along the way. However, what made Yang Chen even more puzzled was that when he flew for almost 300 or 400 miles, he found that there was no demonic beast in the direction of the valley ahead. When he first came out, there was still a lot of demonic beasts, but under the attack of the 9 secluded flying sword, even the darching stage monster was not the opponent of Yang Chen. This place was rich in demonic chi, but a large group of demon sect darching stage masters were stationed here. From time to time, people would come out to cultivate, and the demonic beasts were quite few. In a one-on-one situation, there was no demonic beast that was the opponent of Yang Chen. Occasionally, a few would come out and become nourishment for the 9 secluded flying sword, supplementing the demonic chi of the 9 secluded flying sword. But after a few hundred miles, there was not a single demonic beast, which made Yang Chen a little surprised. What was the situation? Especially when Yang Chen's spiritual awareness was released, but he couldn't detect dozens of miles away, which made Yang Chen even more surprised. Chapter 1053. Such a situation, Yang Chen had encountered it before, when he encountered the demonized vine. Now that the demonized vine had become the spirit of the 9 nether flying sword, fully absorbing the demon chi. There were some fibers in the demonized vine that could block the exploration of the spiritual awareness, which was exactly the same as the current situation. The only difference was that the concentration of the demon chi here was 10 times more than at that time. Could it be that there was also a similar demonized vine here? At the thought of this, Yang Chen couldn't help but be a little excited. If this was the case, then wouldn't God want him to make a fortune? The last time he got it was a demonic bead the size of a human head plus a dozen pounds of fibers that blocked the exploration of the spiritual awareness. What was it this time? Especially now that the yin-yang heaven burning fire had absorbed 2 kinds of hellfire, its power had almost doubled. It would be easier to deal with these demon vines. The 9 nether flying sword sped up and quickly rushed in the direction of the valley. After rushing forward for a few dozen miles, Yang Chen had already determined that he had encountered the same demonized vine again. No wonder those guys wanted Yang Chen to come and purify the valley. It seemed that the entire valley was the body of the demonized vine. It was just that he didn't know where those masters found the location of the valley. It must be known that Yang Chen's spiritual awareness could only explore the edge of a few dozen miles at most. Unless those people had been to the valley, it was impossible to know where the body of the demonized vine was. Of course, Yang Chen was not arrogant enough to think that he alone could compete with the demonized vine. Others may not have the means to subdue the demonized vine, but escaping from the attack of the demonized vine, presumably there should be many masters who could do it, right? It was not surprising that they could find the body of the demonized vine. As soon as he rushed into the sphere of influence of the demonized vine, the thick black vines rolled over overwhelmingly, directly wrapping Yang Chen in it. This time, Yang Chen did not directly use the yin-yang heaven burning fire, but used the 9 nether flying sword to contend. After all, the 9 serenities flying sword needed to absorb a large amount of devil chi to become more and more powerful. Now that there was a demonized vine with a devil chi that was almost 10 times richer than the demonized vines, wouldn't it be a waste of an opportunity if he didn't absorb it to his heart's content? After releasing the 9 nether flying sword, a thick black fog appeared around Yang Chen. This was the original form of the 9 nether flying dust. As soon as the vines rushed into the black mist, they seemed to lose track of Yang Chen. However, the 9 abyss flying sword emitted a strong suction force, competing with the demonized vine for the demonic chi, and immediately provoked the demonized vine to counterattack. Demonic chi was the root of the demonized vine's strength. How could it be absorbed by the flying sword? Moreover, the large ball surrounded by many vines, even if the target was lost, it must be in this large ball. Countless vines were just madly tightening, and they would always come into contact with Yang Chen. Obviously, the cultivation of this demonized vine was deeper than the one on the periphery of the demon continent. Its ability to absorb devil chi was almost equal to that of the 9 nether flying sword. It must be known that this was a branch hundreds of miles away from the demonized vine's main body, and the opponent was wrapped in Yang Chen's magic weapon 9 nether flying sword. The suction force of the 2 sides was equal. One could imagine the strength of this demonized vine. The vines had already pressed towards the center, and Yang Chen also released the yin-yang heaven burning fire, but it only formed a lotus flower and a peach blossom within a foot of his body, wrapping Yang Chen, but never expanding outward. As soon as the vines of the demonized vine came into contact with the refining flame and the peach blossom, it seemed to have encountered some natural enemies. It retreated frantically, and in the end, it only formed a vine cocoon the size of a few feet, firmly wrapping Yang Chen and the 9 nether flying sword in it. However, after all, The demonized vine was invaded by the devil Qi and had no consciousness. It only acted according to its instincts. Under the control of the 9-nether flying sword by Yang Chen, it was defeated. The devil Qi of the branch vines was absorbed by the 9-nether flying sword little by little, and the vines gradually began to retract, but they still took the huge cocoon and moved a little bit towards the main body. If Yang Chen was willing, as long as the yin-yang heaven burning fire was released, he would soon be able to reach the main root of the demonized vine, but he didn't want to do that. It would be a pity to burn such a more profound demonized vine. The sword spirit of the 9-nether flying sword was not strong enough and needed to be supplemented. If he wanted to uproot it, he had to wait for the idea of this demonized vine to be absorbed into the 9-nether flying sword and be swallowed by the spirit. In this way, it would take a long time. In a month, it was just competing with the branch vines for the devil Qi and advancing more than 100 miles towards the main body, and it was still being taken forward by the branch vines. There was no news of Yang Chen's departure for a month, and the demonic pathmasters waiting in the valley were a little impatient. Although they knew the danger of that place, they still looked forward to Yang Chen's ability to create a miracle. On the contrary, Li Cheng and the 4 women did not feel worried about Yang Chen's trip. They lived and cultivated in the Xuanwu Shield, completely unaffected. This made many demonic path cultivators feel a little strange. Are they so confident in Yang Chen? They didn't know Yang Chen's progress, so they could only send someone to check. Ying Mai became the person who inquired about the news. In such a short distance, Ying Mai did not need to go deep into the main body, so she quickly brought back the news. Yang Chen's figure was not known, but the vines in that area had almost been swept away. Ying Mai advanced more than 100 miles in the direction of the valley before she found those vines again. It seemed that this area had been cleared and purified by Yang Chen and was still in progress. This news made those demonic path cultivators look forward to it even more. Almost everyone knew the power of the vines. Yang Chen, a little guy in the early nascent soul stage, could actually resist the vines and purify 100 miles. This was simply unprecedented. It seemed that his ability to purify the devil Qi was not bragging, but really so powerful. Perhaps Yang Chen could really clean up those demonized vines and then come back to purify the portal of the ruins. In this case, it was necessary for everyone to make some preparations in advance. For a time, a group of masters began to privately think about how to seize this opportunity and get more benefits from the ruins. Some of the guys who were originally lone wolves gradually began to form groups according to the distance between them. Everyone was eager to fight, waiting for Yang Chen to return and purify the portal. If you have such leisure time, it is better to think about the rewards that Master Yang wants and how everyone can come up with it. Ying Mai went out again after a month and found that Yang Chen had advanced another 100 miles. After returning, she directly began to reprimand those who were forming gangs. Chapter 1054. Yang Chen didn't know how these people would deal with the reward. He was now immersed in competing with the more powerful demonized vine for the control of the demonic Qi. After 2 months of absorbing the demonic Qi, the 9 secluded flying sword, although the total amount of the demonic Qi did not increase much, but the absorption ability of the demonic Qi had definitely reached a big level. The pure spirit of the 9 secluded flying sword, in fact, strictly speaking, the demonic vine phantom, which was not a spirit, seemed to have solidified a bit. It was not so easy to be able to fight at this distance with the demonized vine, which was more than 10 times stronger than the phantom itself. In just 2 months, the demonic vine phantom had at least doubled its strength, and also made the 9 secluded flying sword more powerful. In the following days, it was basically maintaining the speed of about 100 miles per month, approaching the valley where the demonized vine body was located. In the later stages, the speed dropped sharply, even if it took a lot of time to move forward. It could almost be said that Yang Chen was moving forward step by step under the raindrop-like attack. The closer he got to the main root body, the stronger the attack of those vines. Even they had begun to attack without fear of death. The vines were no longer afraid of the power of the yin-yang heaven burning fire. Even if they risked being burned, they would attack Yang Chen madly. The diameter of the huge vine had far exceeded Yang Chen. Like a giant pillar that shook the sky, it whipped towards Yang Chen, the power of each blow was comparable to the attack power of the late Darching stage. Yang Chen sacrificed the golden bell and operated the yellow turban strongman body refining technique to the limit, which could block the terrifying attack. But even so, although Yang Chen was not injured, his body would be directly smashed into the ground by this huge vine attack almost every time. Of course, the demonized vine did not take advantage of it. Every attack meant that he would lose at least one vine with a thickness of 10 feet. The yin-yang heaven-burning fire was already difficult to deal with. Now that it had absorbed 2 kinds of hellfire, it was the natural nemesis of the demonic creatures. If it was slightly contaminated with a little flame, it would have to completely abandon this part of its body, otherwise, its body would be implicated. Yang Chen had obtained a lot of mysterious fibers from these incinerated bodies. Yang Chen's position was also getting closer to the valley where the main route was. When they were about 100 miles away from the valley, the demonified rattan's attacks almost reached their limit. Although the demonized vine had no consciousness, it still instinctively understood that once Yang Chen reached the main root body, it would mean a dead end. At this point, the demonified vine demon wanted to use all means possible to kill Yang Chen. All the vines that had spread for hundreds of miles were retracted, abandoning the smaller branches and condensing into thicker vines, attacking Yang Chen continuously. At this time, the simple attack of the demonified vine demon was already comparable to the masters of the peak Darching stage. Every blow carried the power of earth-shaking, mixed with a massive amount of demonic qi. It was unstoppable. If it were anyone else, they would not be able to withstand such attacks for a long time. Even Sun Qingxue with the Xuanwu shield was the same. Even if the Xuanwu shield could block this level of attack, it could not stop the invasion of this level of demonic qi. As long as it withstood a few hundred attacks, the Xuanwu shield would inevitably be eroded by the demonic qi and lose its effect. But Yang Chen was different. He refined a 9-nether flying sword. The 9-nether flying sword was wrapped outside the golden bell, blocking all the demonic qi attacks and strengthening itself. The stronger the demonic qi, the more the 9-nether flying sword could absorb. Without the influence of the demonic qi, the Dragon Clan Golden Bell plus the Yellow Turban Strongman body refining technique could fully support the pure spiritual power and physical attacks. Yang Chen was like this, withstanding the endless attacks and moving forward step by step. Every time he was smashed into the ground by the demonified vine, then Yang Chen pulled out of the ground, moved forward, and was smashed into the ground again. Along the way, the place where Yang Chen passed has been smashed into a huge valley that was hundreds of feet deep and tens of miles long. Yang Chen himself was like a forging piece placed on an anvil, constantly being forged by a huge force, and the spiritual power of the whole body would be exhausted at most. At this time, whether it was the high-grade spirit stone or the top-grade spirit stone, it could not allow Yang Chen to quickly restore his spiritual power. Only the massive amount of spiritual solution could do this. Every attack was equivalent to a tempering of the 9-nether flying sword, the Dragon Clan Golden Bell and the Yellow Turban Strongman body refining technique. Every time it suffered an attack, the 9-nether flying sword would absorb a lot of demonic qi, and the demonified vine phantom was becoming more and more solid. After advancing less than 20 miles, the demonified vine phantom had fully restored the strength of its original body. From the completion of the refining to the present, the 9-nether flying sword has not absorbed enough demonic qi. It was not known how many years it took for the demonified vine to grow into such a powerful existence. If it wasn't for this demonified vine's constant replenishment of demonic qi, it wouldn't be known how many years it would take to recover to this point. Those demonic cultivators let Yang Chen come here to verify his means, which indirectly helped Yang Chen's 9-nether flying sword. If they knew the result, they didn't know if they would still insist on letting Yang Chen come here. Yang Chen's harvest was far more than that. Because the 7th metal true essence solution was the most, Yang Chen used the 7th metal true essence solution to restore his own spiritual power. Every time he withstood this extreme attack, Yang Chen had to inject a large number of 7th metal true essence transformed from the 7th metal true essence liquid into the Dragon Clan Golden Bell, in order to maintain the power of the Golden Bell and not worry about energy exhaustion and damage. No matter what kind of magic weapon it was, it needed a steady stream of spiritual power. Otherwise, when the spiritual power was exhausted, No matter how strong the magic weapon was, it could only be the strength of the remaining materials. In the mortal world, even if it was a strong material, it could not withstand a few heavy blows from a master of the peak darching stage who was close to the tribulation stage. Even if it could withstand 1 or 2 attacks, it would absolutely not be able to withstand more attacks. Even if it was as strong as the dragon Golden Bell, when it received such an attack, it would almost exhaust all the spiritual power in the Golden Bell. Then it was quickly replenished and it would withstand another blow. The cycle continued as if there was no end. This method of exhausting the spiritual power every time and then quickly replenishing it made almost every corner of the Dragon Golden Bell permeate with the 7th metal true essence solution. In addition, Yang Chen had to routinely use the Universe Treasure Raising Secret Art and the Heavenly Spirit Treasure Refining Secret Art every day, plus the maintenance of the Earth Fiend Sacrificial Formation Secret Art. The Golden Bell was finally unsealed again after being attacked for tens of thousands of times. The 3rd Golden Dragon was lit up and the 3rd Dragon Shadow appeared on the surface of the Golden Bell. The protection of the Golden Bell directly rose to a higher level and it was relatively easy to take the attack of the demonified vine. Chapter 1055. The 3rd layer of the seal of the Golden Bell was unlocked, and in the mind of Yang Chen, there was immediately a mantra, but it was the 3rd layer control method of the Golden Bell. The 3 dragon shadows were enough to block the attack of the peak darching stage. At this moment, it was relatively easy to deal with it, as long as Yang Chen could continue to provide spiritual power. The 3rd layer of unlocking did not have many other functions, but the Golden Bell could be turned into a set of armor, which looked more pleasing to the eye. Not only has the Golden Bell changed, but even the body refining technique of Yang Chen's own cultivation has been refined again under this kind of tempering. The demonized vine's non-stop attack was originally for its own safety. It knew that Yang Chen's life would be in danger if he was close to the main body, so it had to do so. But this level of attack, for Yang Chen, was no less than the best training. Every time he withstood an attack, Yang Chen needed to upgrade the body refining technique to the extreme. Although the demonized vine was a huge vine bombardment, but at this level, the pressure Yang Chen withstood was no longer from one direction, but from all directions and angles. There was almost no dead angle in the whole body. Under the pervasive pressure, the body refining technique of the Yellow Turban Strongman was like the Golden Bell of the Dragon Clan. After being stimulated, it was finally upgraded. After withstanding a certain attack, when Yang Chen urged the body refining technique again, he suddenly found some changes. The body refining technique that was trapped in the interruption of the river turning force finally broke through the bottleneck and entered the high level of the river turning force in one fell swoop. The surging power in his whole body made Yang Chen have an urge to vent immediately. The effect of the body refining finally reached the bones from the skin and muscles, and the whole person seemed to be reborn. The breakthrough of the magic weapon, coupled with the breakthrough of the body refining technique, made the speed of Yang Chen's advancement a bit faster, and he was still unswervingly advancing towards the valley. In the waiting valley, Ying Mai would go to check on Yang Chen's progress every few days. However, in the past few months, it was clear that Yang Chen's speed had slowed down a lot. Originally, he could advance 100 miles in a month, but now, he could only advance 10 miles in a month. The vines within 100 miles of the demonized vine's main body had almost completely disappeared. Needless to say, it must have been the work of Yang Chen's purification. Ying Mai couldn't even get within 20 miles of Yang Chen before she was forced back by the terrifying burst of demonic energy. His divine sense was also blocked by something, so he was unable to find out what was going on inside. However, one thing was certain, that was, the demonized vine must be wantonly attacking. Even if it was 20 miles away, Ying Mai could fully perceive the terrifying attack aura of the peak darching stage. The intensity of such an attack, Ying Mai simply could not imagine. Only now did he really understand the horror of Yang Chen. To be able to receive such a dense level of attack, how terrifying was Yang Chen's own strength. After realizing this, Ying Mai was extremely glad that when he first found Yang Chen, he did not do anything excessive to Yang Chen for the sake of caution. Otherwise, the consequences would simply be unimaginable, and now he felt scared. What did the guys gathered in the valley know? They were naive enough to think that Yang Chen and Li Cheng were only in the early Yuanying stage. They could only rely on the magic weapon and the Xuanwu shield passed down by their ancestors to protect themselves, but they didn't know that if they really wanted to make a move, they would die miserably. Ying Mai would not take the initiative to tell those demonic cultivators about the horrors of Yang Chen and Li Cheng. Such a rare commodity, naturally, should be grasped in his own hands. He could not let others rob him of his own flattery. As long as he held the thick thighs of the two people, would he be afraid of not getting any benefits when entering the ruins? Every time he came back to report the news to everyone, Ying Mai simply announced how far Yang Chen had gone. Even if Yang Chen slowed down in this period, it was still within everyone's expectations. The closer he was to the main body, the stronger the demonized vine was. This was natural. If Yang Chen could still maintain the original speed of advancement, it would definitely make many people uneasy. The more Yang Chen moved forward, the more obvious the expectation in the eyes of the demonic cultivators became. After waiting for hundreds of years, this time it seemed that they really waited for the opportunity. The good things in the ruins, seeing that they would belong to them in the near future, everyone was very happy. The ruins were jointly discovered by several masters. No one knew what was inside, but just looking at the restriction of the portal made people crazy. If a bunch of worthless things were hidden in the door in this way, it would be a joke. It was absolutely that all the essence of the sect was left inside, so it would be so cautious. Later, an incomplete jade slip was found nearby, which proved their guess. That jade slip might have been left by the people of the sect in a hurry. It roughly recorded some ways to enter the portal and some rules. Basically, it was determined that it was left for the younger generation of the sect. No one knew how it was lost in that place. According to the records on the jade slip, this sect was founded by an expert known as the Lord of Mental Demons. For some unknown reason, the sect suffered a disaster and a large number of high-level disciples died. As a last resort, the severely injured sect leader sealed the sect, allowing some of the younger disciples to escape in order to continue the bloodline of the sect. In the ruins, a large number of the sect's resources were preserved. There were all kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Tens of thousands of years ago, the abundance of resources in the mortal world was far from what could be imagined now. In addition, there were many powerful magic treasures, which were sealed one by one and left for the younger generation. Any one of these magic treasures was the best in the mortal world. Moreover, all the magic treasures seemed to have the function of resisting the inner demons and strengthening the Taoist heart. For demonic cultivators, it was simply perfect. More importantly, there were dozens of cultivation methods in this sect, all of which could resolve the inner demons. There were several powerful ones that could even use the inner demons as cultivation tools. These cultivation methods alone were worth fighting for by these demonic cultivators. Not to mention those rich resources and powerful magic treasures. It could be said that any one of them was enough to make the demonic cultivator who entered free and unfettered. This was much more worthwhile than killing on the demon continent and then taking the risk to take the demon bead. It was a pity that when the portal was discovered, the first few guys who discovered it did not do it secretly enough, leading to many masters knowing this place, so there were so many demonic cultivators gathered in the darching stage. Everyone was waiting for the opportunity to open the portal. Yang Chen's performance let everyone see hope, and everyone began to look forward to what kind of good luck they would have after opening the portal. As for the reward that Yang Chen wanted, to be honest, it was just a worldly possession, so why not give it to him for the time being? What's more, those people swore that they would not make a move on Yang Chen before opening the portal. What about after opening the portal? Chapter 1056. Because the Dragon Clan Golden Bell and the Yellow Turban Strongman body refining technique were all upgraded, it was much easier to resist the attack of the demonized vine, and his speed also improved a lot. Soon, Yang Chen was within 10 miles of the valley. The valley where the main route of the demonized vine was located, Yang Chen could already explore a part of it with his spiritual awareness. This valley was dozens of times larger than the valley where the Tool Spirit Demon Vine was located. Yang Chen's spiritual awareness only explored almost a few dozen miles, but he did not touch the edge. Outside the scope of the spiritual awareness, he did not know how much. This demonized vine seemed to be much stronger than the Tool Spirit Demon Vine, not to mention anything else, the difference could be seen from the vines. The thickest part of the original Tool Spirit Demon vine that he encountered was only a few feet thick, and now this one, especially at this position, the thinnest vine that Yang Chen saw was also 10 feet. It was a bit too much to describe it as a vine, but it was a bit more vivid to describe it as a towering pillar, although Yang Chen clearly knew that it was indeed just the vines of the demonized vine. Compared to Yang Chen's body, these vines were too huge, so that the traditional strangulation tactics of the demonized vine were useless, leaving only a very powerful ramming tactic. At this point, Yang Chen began to upgrade the 9-nether flying sword in a safe and secure situation. The demonic chi absorbed along the way was enough to upgrade the 9-nether flying sword by 2 grades in succession. If the 4 women now want to use the 9-nether flying sword to continue the heart demon tempering, without the protection of Yang Chen, they will definitely be hurt by the heart demon. It was estimated that the main root of the demonized vine was also aware of the danger. Since it occupied this valley, no other living creature has been able to approach this point. On the verge of life and death, the demonized vine also began to break out. Yang Chen was stunned to find that the vines of the demonized vine actively retracted into the valley. When he rushed up and was about to reach the edge of the valley, he was once again attacked. Who knew how many vines were woven together, turning into many short and thick giant sticks that smashed down with a loud rumble. They attacked from several directions. Just the vines alone occupied the surrounding space. Yang Chen had no way to escape and could only receive the attacks head-on. Under the ground, there were already countless vines at the bottom, which were harder than steel. The giant stick smashed down from above, carrying a huge amount of demon chi and spiritual power, like a hammer and an anvil, began to forge Yang Chen's body like a piece of iron. Boom, boom, boom. After a few consecutive smashes, even Yang Chen's golden bell and body refining technique felt strenuous. If it weren't for the support of the nearly infinite spiritual liquid, maybe the golden bell would have been smashed into gold pancakes. What made Yang Chen most unbelievable was that this series of attacks actually exceeded the level of the peak darching stage. This was incredible. The power beyond the peak darching stage was only possible for the masters who had crossed the tribulation and ascended. The problem was that if the tribulation was successful, they would soon ascend. How could they stay in this valley for so long? Even if they had the means of the Great Elder, they had to keep a low profile and hide their strength. Once it broke out, it would soon trigger the tribulation. And this demonized vine did not show any signs of triggering the tribulation. There could only be one reason to explain it, that was, this demonized vine had no consciousness at all, and there was no state of mind cultivation at all, so there would be this kind of crazy growth in strength, but it would not trigger the tribulation. According to this development, if this demonized vine was unrestrained, he believed that its strength would increase without limit. Fortunately, Yang Chen found it now, otherwise, he didn't know what kind of disaster it would bring to the world. Not to mention anything else, it could be seen that there were no other living things within its range of existence. At this point, Yang Chen could no longer hold back. He could no longer temper the 9 secluded flying sword. The yin-yang heaven burning fire was fully urged and rolled up these terrifying vines. It had to be said that the red lotus hellfire and peach blossom hellfire came too timely. The natural restraint attribute made the yin-yang heaven burning fire greatly increase its power. As soon as it touched those vines, it began to spread wildly. If he had not absorbed the 5th grade fire seed, in the face of the strength of the demonized vine beyond the darching stage, Yang Chen doubted that his own yin-yang heaven burning fire could do anything to this demonized vine. The demonized vine only acted by instinct. With such a blazing flame, it naturally retreated madly and no longer attacked Yang Chen. After waiting for a while, it found that it could not get rid of this terrifying flame. Immediately, like the situation in the past, it quickly cut off its arm and completely abandoned the burning branch. The abandoned branch was not wasted by Yang Chen at all. This was a branch that was comparable to a human immortal master. The 9 secluded flying sword directly wrapped it and quickly absorbed the demonic chi that was no longer controlled by the main root. The demonized vine suffered a loss in that it could not move. After being trapped by the yin-yang heaven burning fire, it had the strength of a human immortal, but it could not extinguish the flame. It could only give up the vines in vain, leaving only a huge main root body. The yin-yang heaven-burning fire turned into a huge red lotus and peach blossom, completely wrapping the demonized vine's main root, but it did not burn it further. It just made the main root in a radius of 100 miles not dare to move. Subsequently, the 9 secluded flying sword turned into a long thin needle and directly penetrated into the main root body from a point. Originally, it was intended to let the 9 secluded flying sword completely absorb the demonic chi in the demonized vine. However, as soon as the flying sword plunged in, Yang Chen's spiritual awareness controlled the 9 secluded flying sword and immediately felt an unusually strong attraction. The phantom of the demonized vine in the flying sword was almost pulled out of the 9 secluded flying sword. In the end, the current demonized vine and this demonized vine could not compete with each other, especially in the other's main body. The strength difference was too big. As a last resort, Yang Chen could only pour the yin-yang heaven-burning fire along the 9 secluded flying sword. At the same time, the red lotus and peach blossom on the outside also began to shrink inward. The huge main root body was ignited. This time, no matter how strong the wrist was, it could not abandon the most core part, and could only let the yin-yang heaven-burning fire raged. It had the strength of a human immortal, but because it had no consciousness, it could only step into death little by little. With the yin-yang heaven-burning fire burning step by step, Yang Chen harvested those mysterious fibers. At the same time, the 9 secluded flying sword was also frantically extracting the demonic chi from the part of the body of the dead demonized vine, constantly strengthening itself. When all the flames were finally concentrated in the core part of almost 2 feet, the 9 secluded flying sword suddenly sucked, and then Yang Chen noticed that something seemed to have entered the 9 secluded flying sword. Chapter 1057. Yang Chen's spiritual awareness was really too powerful. The 4th grade human immortal, in the mortal world, it was a heaven-defying existence. When he refined the 9 secluded flying sword with his own hands, he was immediately keenly aware of it. However, at this time, Yang Chen did not have time to explore the 9 secluded flying sword for the time being. The remaining 2 feet square ball was clearly a huge devilish bead, even bigger than the last head-sized devilish bead. What grade was this? Super. Yang Chen didn't know. Anyway, this weight was definitely enough to kill the devilish bead taken out by the masters of the Darching stage. Even if there was a guy who took out a 1st grade devilish bead not long ago, in front of this huge bead, it was just a slag. The devilish bead was full of strong devilish chi. Yang Chen's first reaction was to use the 9 secluded flying sword to absorb the devilish chi, but considering the abnormality of the 9 secluded flying sword just now, Yang Chen first put the devilish bead in a separate Chenkuan bag, and then directly projected the 9 secluded flying sword into his own sea of consciousness. The 9 secluded flying sword, which was enlarged countless times, showed its original form in the sea of consciousness, which was a dark cloud of 9 secluded flying dust, without a fixed shape. From the outside, the 9 secluded flying sword was no different, but when Yang Chen used his spiritual awareness to explore the incomplete spirit, a sudden change occurred. A sudden shadow became bigger in an instant, occupying a small half of Yang Chen's sea of consciousness. It had a black body, surrounded by countless branches and vines. It was the demonized vine whose body had been completely destroyed. This demonized vine was clearly smarter than the demonic vine artifact spirit. Even though it didn't have a mind of its own, with its cultivation reaching this level, it would more or less produce a trace of spiritual sense. In the face of imminent death, driven by instinct, that trace of spiritual sense directly drilled into the 9 nether flying sword, which was also filled with devil chi. Thereupon, the tool spirit demonic vine's phantom and the foreign demonic vine's consciousness began a great battle. Both sides began to fight for the dominance of the 9 nether flying sword. Just at the beginning, the 9 nether flying sword was sent into Yang Chen's sea of consciousness. Therefore, the demonic vine's spiritual consciousness immediately occupied Yang Chen's sea of consciousness and began to further erode it. Any random cultivator, if their spiritual sense cultivation was insufficient, would definitely have their spiritual sense taken over by the demonic vine and their spiritual sense would be destroyed. But who was Yang Chen? He was a super heaven-defying monster with the divine sense cultivation of the 4th stage of the human immortal realm at the Yuanying stage. How could he be defeated by the demonic vine's divine sense? The powerful spiritual awareness began to attack directly, plus there was the shadow of the yin-yang heaven burning fire in the sea of consciousness. Under the attack of several sides, the demon rattan spiritual awareness was only a little bit of spiritual awareness, and it was completely obliterated. The remaining phantom, which was many times larger than the tool spirit demonic vine's phantom, was left in Yang Chen's sea of consciousness. The demonic vine's spiritual awareness contained a huge amount of devil chi, but this devil chi had almost no effect on Yang Chen, who was at the fourth stage of the human immortal realm. At best, it could only cause Yang Chen's mood to explode. After 2 years of tempering with the 9-nether flying sword, Yang Chen was almost accustomed to this change, and it was a daunting experience. Such a good thing was simply a tonic for the 9-nether flying sword. Yang Chen did not neglect it and directly controlled the phantom and sent it into the 9-nether flying sword. Under the joint effect of Yang Chen's powerful spiritual awareness plus the heavenly spirit treasure refining secret art and the earth fiend sacrificial formation secret art, the phantom quickly began to be swallowed by the tool spirit demonic vine's phantom and then assimilated. The massive amount of devil chi that was originally carried by the phantom also directly benefited the 9-nether flying sword. With the two combined, the 9-nether flying sword directly improved by a grade. The 9-nether flying sword became darker and deeper, and the devil chi was richer than before, but it was a little more restrained. Looking at the changes of the 9-nether flying sword, Yang Chen's mind suddenly moved, and he quickly took out a mysterious fiber from the Chenkuan bag, which could block the exploration of the spiritual awareness, and then threw it into the 9-nether flying sword, and began further refining. The 9-nether flying sword was refined from the 9-nether flying dust. The 9-nether flying dust spread out and could directly block the vision. Especially after absorbing the spiritual awareness of the two demonic vines, the 9-nether flying sword became even more powerful. The 5 senses of hearing, smell, and touch were basically completely blocked. Coupled with these fibers that blocked the exploration of the spiritual awareness, it was like adding wings to a tiger, and even the spiritual awareness could not work. In the future, if any opponent was shrouded by the 9-nether flying sword, their 6 senses would be completely blocked, and they would be blind. Being slashed would almost have the same effect, and it could even last for a period of time. Basically, as long as one held the 9-nether flying sword in their hands, they were almost in an invincible position. Of course, not everyone could pick up the 9-nether flying sword. Except for Yang Chen, who was completely familiar with the characteristics of the 9-nether flying sword from the beginning of the refining, anyone else who wanted to touch the 9-nether flying sword would immediately be attacked by the 9-nether flying sword. With the heart demon tribulation and the 6 senses sealed, there were definitely only a handful of people who could still stand. It took Yang Chen half a year to refine the 9-nether flying sword. When Yang Chen's figure reappeared in the original valley, it was already a year and a half after he set off. During this year and a half, these devil path experts had been waiting. Yingmai had been here several times. Every time it was in the center of the valley, the demonic energy was raging and they couldn't get close. Being able to reach the inside of the valley had fully explained the ability of Yang Chen, and looking at the performance of Li Cheng and the 4 women, it seemed that they were not worried about Yang Chen. In fact, a group of masters had already made a decision in their hearts. Many people began to slowly discuss the problem of how to get together the remuneration that Yang Chen wanted, and how to ensure that these bleeding masters could get more benefits after everyone shared it. It was not difficult for a group of Darching stage masters to come up with those things, but the difficult part was the distribution later. For this problem, from the beginning of a small quarrel to the later big quarrel, a group of masters almost fought. From ancient times to the present, this kind of uneven distribution of spoils had never been fair and just. After arguing for almost 2 months, there were finally more than a dozen old guys with the highest cultivation base who came forward and forcibly suppressed all kinds of voices of injustice and formulated a seemingly reasonable plan. Everyone took out things to be valued with spirit stones. The more precious the thing, the earlier they would enter the ruins after opening the portal. Every time the value of the things taken out exceeded the value of others by 10 pounds of high-grade spirit stones, they would enter the ruins 1 hour earlier than others. There was no fear of more things. Anyway, Yang Chen said that if he needed it, he would buy it with spirit stones. This was not a problem at all for young Chen, who was rich. Several old guys specially arranged a formation and everyone was given an identification jade card. Only by holding the jade card could they pass through the formation and enter the portal of the ruins, and the jade card limited the time to pass through the formation. After roughly deciding the order of priority, everyone began to wait for young Chen to come back and open the portal. Chapter 1058. After young Chen returned, he was faced with many pairs of expectant and greedy eyes. Some were even impatient. "I have proven that I have the ability to purify demonic aura." Before Ying Mai could speak, young Chen had already said loudly, "It's time to take out the promised reward, right? You are indeed a master. Your skills are extraordinary." Before Ying Mai could speak, the voice that questioned young Chen from the depths of the valley had already appeared. "The things have been prepared for you. Come over and count them." Li Cheng and the 4 women had been cultivating in the black tortoise shield these days. They only removed the shield after young Chen returned. The other party called young Chen inside to count the rewards. The 4 women and young Chen also followed. Safety was not a concern for the time being. Seeing that the portal was about to open, these people would not want to cause trouble at this time. Moreover, more than 10 experts had already made a heart demon oath. If anyone dared to do anything, it would definitely be against those people. The fire seed elixir recipe that young Chen had requested was said to have been prepared. However, it was not with a specific person. Instead, the owner registered it and then came over to hand it over to young Chen on the spot. It could not be helped. These people actually did not trust each other. No one would really believe that if they handed over their things to someone, that person would not be greedy and take everything away. Moreover, some elixir recipes were considered secret techniques. Handing them over to someone for safekeeping was equivalent to obtaining the elixir recipe without paying any price, right? It had to be said that the more experts were, the richer they were. Yang Chen only asked for the 6th grade demonic fire, but a few experts actually took out 4 kinds of 7th grade demonic fires in order to get the opportunity to enter the portal of the ruins first. This made Yang Chen very surprised. These 7th grade demonic fires were not included in the previously proposed reward. They could be converted into low-grade demonic fires or exchanged with Yang Chen using the devilish bead. However, if they used the devilish bead to exchange, it was obviously not a price but an equivalent transaction. It would not be included in the price of entering the portal first. Therefore, these people all chose to convert it into low-grade demonic fires. Although the demon fire was precious, if it couldn't be used, it could only be passed down as a family heirloom. Who knew how many generations of descendants it would take before someone could use it? Now that he was using it to exchange for the mental demon sect's cultivation techniques and dharma treasures that he could use immediately, it was relatively worth it. In this way, Yang Chen's gains far exceeded his expectations. There were hundreds of types of devil flames, ranging from the 1st grade to the 7th grade. Yang Chen had only asked for 20 types of elixir recipes, but now he had received more than 50, which was more than double. As for the extra items, Yang Chen had said that he was willing to exchange them with demonic beads or spirit stones. Not everyone in the demon sect was so generous. Some people pretended to be smart and chose to exchange for spirit stones or demonic beads. The entrance of the ruins was protected by thick devil chi, and it was full of danger. Who knew if there were more dangerous things inside? Although the first to go in had the greatest chance, the risk of facing unknown dangers was also the greatest. Basically, the first to grab the opportunity were the dozen or so old devils with the highest cultivation base. Most people were still ranked in the middle. Since such a method was adopted, of course, there was an order. Those who took out the least valuable things or could not pay at all were ranked at the end. Anyway, these things had been discussed and resolved by them internally. It had nothing to do with Yang Chen. Yang Chen only needed to receive the rewards or exchange these fire seeds with spirit stones and demonic beads. Yang Chen did not have extravagant expectations for the materials and the elixir recipes. The best quality materials were different from the elixir recipes. The elixir recipes only needed to be copied, and the fire seeds could also be strengthened and split through a unique cultivation method. For these guys, The loss was not big. But the best quality materials were one less, and no one was willing to hand them over. However, now Yang Chen was very satisfied. It was worth the hard work of this trip to receive unexpected fire seeds and elixir recipes. This time, the yin-yang heaven-burning fire would be more perfect. After handing over these rewards, Yang Chen finally came to a formation that had been arranged under the leadership of Ying Mai. This was the key for everyone to enter one after another. Inside the formation was the portal of the ruins. There were more than a dozen old devils who were qualified to enter first. After stuffing a jade card to Yang Chen, they took Yang Chen directly into the formation. Ying Mai didn't pay much, so he was not qualified to go in with Yang Chen. The range covered by the formation was not large, only a few 100 feet. The center was the portal of the ruins, and the portal filled with devil chi only occupied a few dozen feet. Standing outside the portal of the ruins, Yang Chen had the opportunity to observe the portal carefully. It was said to be a portal, but in fact, it was a huge round stone slab with countless exquisite patterns carefully carved on it. In the middle of the patterns, there was a flash of spiritual power from time to time. Unlike the occasional flash of spiritual power, the entire round stone slab was wrapped in a layer of shiny black devil chi. The devil chi didn't look thick, and it didn't release any aura. In this regard, it was similar to the current 9 nether flying sword. Seeing that Yang Chen was looking at the thin layer of devil chi with some disapproval, the old devil in the lead warned him solemnly, "Don't look at this devil chi as inconspicuous. It's very dangerous, so be careful." Yang Chen's safety was now related to whether everyone could enter the ruins of mental demon sect, so everyone was very concerned. Although the others didn't speak, they all nodded repeatedly. They were all people who had suffered greatly from this thin layer of devilish chi, so they naturally had a deep understanding of how formidable this devilish chi was. When it came to understanding devil chi, there were certainly few people who could surpass Yang Chen now. Yang Chen crouched down and stretched out his hand to gently touch the layer of devil chi. The old devil next to him was about to stop him when he suddenly remembered that Yang Chen was a master at purifying devil chi, and that Yang Chen's movements looked very cautious. He resisted the reminder and watched patiently on the side. In the past, when the old devils touched the devil chi like this, it would directly trigger a violent attack, and they would unconsciously produce a heart demon, which would take a long time to adjust. This was just a light touch. If they dared to take a step inside, the heart demon would absolutely flare up, and the whole person would become crazy, living a life worse than death. There were more than 1 or 2 people who didn't believe in evil. Many people thought that after many years of experience on the demon continent, they didn't care about the small invasion of devil chi. There were also dozens of people who had fallen and lost their lives next to this door, all of whom were experts at the late and peak darching stage. After so many lessons, people finally realized how powerful it was and didn't dare to take a step inside casually. The people inside and outside the array all looked at Yang Chen eagerly, waiting for the result of his touch. Chapter 1059. An ordinary person's reaction would be to jump back as if they had been electrocuted at the slightest touch. Then, they would immediately calm down and meditate, forcibly suppressing the restlessness in their hearts. However, Yang Chen was different. When he reached out to touch the black demonic aura, he acted as if he did not feel anything. He acted as if nothing had happened, and there was not the slightest unusual expression on his face. Under everyone's dumbfounded expressions, Yang Chen simply went one step further. As if he had stretched out his hand into the water, he waved it left and right a few times. Then, he nodded, waved his hand, and stood up as if nothing had happened. The group of demon sect experts was first shocked, but then they were overjoyed. Yang Chen's performance fully showed that he could effectively deal with the demonic aura. This also meant that entering the ruins was no longer a dream, but a reality that would happen in the near future. The old demons were overjoyed, but so was Yang Chen. The density of the demonic aura was even a bit stronger than the 9 nether flying swords. However, it did not affect Yang Chen too much. It seemed that the 9 nether flying sword would have many more high-quality tonics. "Seniors, please step back a little." Yang Chen instructed a few old demons not far away from him. The dozen or so old demons did not have any objections. All of them stepped back a little and made space for him. A pitch-black flying sword appeared in Yang Chen's hand. Then, Yang Chen easily pointed the tip of the flying sword at the black demonic aura. Boom! It was as if the demonic aura, which had been condensed and compressed countless times, was broken on the surface. A crazy airwave spread out in all directions with the tip of the sword as the center. It was unknown what condensed the demonic aura on the door of the ruins. It was extremely dense, but no one was controlling it. The Nine Abyss flying sword easily began to absorb the energy. It did not encounter any resistance, nor was there anything to fight over it. Maintaining this posture, Yang Chen no longer moved. Everyone could only see Yang Chen holding a flying sword and plunging it into the devil chi. At first, there was a strange phenomenon, but after that, there was no more movement. No one knew what the effect was. They were all guessing and waiting anxiously. Some people began to carefully stare at the black flying sword in Yang Chen's hand. No one knew what they were thinking. More people began to check their equipment, preparing for the next step. Yang Chen maintained that action, and did not move for a long time, and did not speak. Everyone did not know how the effect was. But soon, everyone had no more doubts. The black demonic aura on the door seemed to have changed slightly in the past half a day. The place where the tip of the sword was pointing began to slowly become thinner, which then affected the surrounding area. With the tip of the sword as the center, a circle of about 3 meters in circumference was formed. There was already very little demonic aura in this circle, especially where the tip of the sword was pointing, which was already completely exposed to the stone slab below. However, it seemed that the demonic aura beyond 3 meters wasn't affected at all, while the tip of the sword could only affect such a small area, which seemed a little slow. A day later, there was no more demonic aura within 3 meters, and Yang Chen moved to another place and repeated the same action. The stone slab was several hundred meters in circumference. Given Yang Chen's speed, wouldn't it take him dozens of days to completely absorb it? But they had already waited for several hundred years, so they weren't afraid of this final shiver. Everyone patiently waited for Yang Chen to carefully work on it. While Yang Chen was working on something else, an old devil was a little curious, and reached out to touch the area he had already worked on. In his opinion, most of the demonic aura had already been removed, and only a few wisps of it were left, so it shouldn't have any effect. But the result was contrary to everyone's expectations. As soon as the old devil's hand touched the wisps of black chi, his entire body twitched wildly, as if he had been electrocuted. His hands and feet didn't listen to him at all. He couldn't even speak, and could only let out a shrill scream in the end as his body was thrown high into the air and crashed heavily more than 30 meters away. Still in the air, the old devil started to cough up a few mouthfuls of blood. After landing, he endured the pain and frustration of his inner demons as he took out several elixirs from his chenkuan bag and stuffed them into his mouth. Then, he immediately sat cross-legged to forcibly suppress his inner demons and recover from his injuries. With only a wisp of demonic aura left, the others didn't dare act rashly, and obediently stayed behind to watch Yang Chen's actions, waiting for him to purify the last wisp of demonic aura on the door. Fortunately, Yang Chen didn't make them wait too long. The 9-nether flying sword absorbed the demonic aura at a constant speed. After more than a month, all the areas had been swept clean, and only some places still had wisps of demonic aura. This time, no one dared act ahead of time, and instead asked Yang Chen to purify the remaining demonic aura as well. Yang Chen did as he was told, and it took him another 2 or 3 days to completely absorb the remaining demonic aura that had escaped the net. The circular stone slab of the door to the ruins was completely exposed, and the array pattern on it was clearly visible. The old devils could also see the flickering traces of spirit energy on it. The method to open the door was recorded on the incomplete jade slip. The old devils were already prepared. They each took a position and then struck out with their magic arts. 4 hours later, the circular stone slab gradually lit up. Following a series of rumbling sounds, the center of the stone slab suddenly caved in, forming a spiral staircase that led straight to the underground. The door has been opened. Array countdown begins. After a moment, the array outside lit up and returned to normal. Everyone understood that the array would strictly determine the time for everyone to enter the door according to the price they paid. Under the gaze of the people outside the array, Yang Chen walked out of the array and met up with Li Cheng and the others. Before they started, the old devils decided that even if Yang Chen and the others went in, they could only be in the last batch of people who didn't pay any price. It was impossible for Yang Chen to get paid and enjoy priority. He couldn't take all the good things. The dozen or so old devils who had been inside the array couldn't care about anything else at this time. After activating the array, they rushed into the door, quickly went down the stairs, and disappeared into the circular entrance. As time went by, after 3 days, there were only a dozen or so people left in the valley, and these were all guys who didn't pay any price. Calculating the time, it was time for Yang Chen and the others to go in. Li Cheng took the lead and rushed into the array, quickly entering the door, followed by the 4 women. "Master, we are very interested in your black flying sword." Yang Chen was about to leave, and several old demons who had vaguely formed a circle laughed. An old demon sneered and asked, "I don't know if Grandmaster is willing to part with his treasure and let us appreciate it." Chapter 1060. These guys had been waiting for an opportunity. Li Cheng had the Wind Strike Dharma treasure in his hand, so they did not dare to act rashly. The 4 women had been moving together, and with the black tortoise shield protecting them, they probably had no chance. The only chance was when Yang Chen separated from Li Cheng and the 4 women. Yang Chen would definitely not be the first to enter the portal. Who knew what was inside? At this time, Li Cheng, who had the strongest attack power, would definitely enter first, then Sun Qingxue with the black tortoise shield would be the second, followed by the 4 women. Yang Chen would definitely bring up the rear and not put his women in danger. They had calculated very accurately. Yang Chen and the others entered the portal in this order. When the last of the 4 women, Shishanshan, disappeared at the entrance of the portal, more than a dozen old demons had already vaguely surrounded Yang Chen. When Yang Chen was purifying the devil chi in the portal, these old guys clearly saw that all the credit seemed to go to the black flying sword, and Yang Chen almost had no effect at all. Greed had blinded their judgment, and these people had completely forgotten Yang Chen's leisurely performance when he used his finger to test the strength of the devil chi at the beginning. Everyone felt that Yang Chen's black flying sword was the key to purifying the devil chi, so they began to covet the flying sword. There was such a strong devil chi on the portal, who knew if there was more inside? If they could get their hands on this sword, even if they were the last to enter, they might have a good chance. Grasping the right opportunity, Yang Chen was indeed surrounded by everyone, and no one came to save him. The old demons were excited. Apart from the black flying sword, Yang Chen had a lot of good things on him. If they could capture all of them in one fell swoop, the benefits would be no less than entering the ruins of the mental demon sect. Although some people had sworn on the big heart demon oath not to attack Yang Chen, that was before the portal was opened. Now, no matter what they did, they would not break the oath. This was a God-given opportunity. If they did not take action, they would be letting God down. Black flying sword? Are you talking about this one? Yang Chen did not feel surprised at all. He just obediently took out the 9 secluded flying sword, waved it a little, and asked the old guy in front of him. "Yes, this is it. Put down the flying sword and I will spare your life." Opposite him, the old devil had a sneer on his face, and no longer had any hope that Yang Chen would be able to open the door. Instead, his eyes were fixed on the 9 nether flying sword as if he was looking at a peerless beauty. Shua. Yang Chen directly raised his hand and threw the flying sword in front of the old devil. The flying sword spun a few times in the air before its tip plunged down and directly stabbed into the ground more than 2 feet in front of the old devil. The hilt was still trembling, and the black blade was indescribably dazzling. They hadn't expected Yang Chen to abandon the sword so straightforwardly. This could only mean one thing, and that was that Yang Chen no longer had anything to protect his life, and was at their mercy. What a joke! If more than 10 great ascension experts couldn't easily take down an early nascent soul junior, that would really be too unreasonable. Yang Chen was very cooperative, which put them in a very good mood. Previously, Yang Chen and Li Cheng had relied on their protective magic treasures and flying wind strike magic treasures to make everyone in the valley lose face. Now, They had finally won it back. The old devil laughed and said to young Chen, "As long as you cooperate, I'll spare your life." Laughing proudly, he took a slight step forward and reached out to grab the hilt of the 9-nether flying sword. Shua. The old devil easily pulled out the flying sword and held it in front of his eyes. Just as he was about to examine it carefully, a hair-raising aura suddenly came from his hand. Pale with fright, he was about to throw the 9-nether flying sword far away when he abruptly realized that he couldn't move at all. It was as if a body immobilizing spell had been cast on his whole body, and he couldn't move even the tiniest muscle. Not only that, it was as if he was in a strange space where he couldn't see or hear anything, and it was frighteningly silent. An indescribable irritation suddenly welled up in his mind, and he wanted to shout but couldn't. Depressed, his body was finally able to move. But the first thing he did after he could move was to spit out a mouthful of blood. His entire face flickered with all sorts of expressions as he spat out mouthful after mouthful of blood. In a short while, the ground in front of him was completely stained red. The other old devils around him were alarmed. It was clear that they had misjudged the situation. At this moment, their first reaction was to escape immediately. It was just that it was already too late to think of escaping now. With a bang, the 9-nether flying sword exploded into a black fog that blotted out the sky and enveloped everyone, including young Chen. Once they were enveloped in the black fog, they could no longer see or hear anything. Even their divine senses couldn't extend very far, and they could only detect things within 2 feet of themselves. Tiny black dust particles entered their mouths, noses, eyes, and ears, causing them to tremble in disbelief. It was as if their bodies had been hacked into pieces, and their flesh and blood flew off bit by bit to fall into the air. The whole scene was like a sea of blood slaughterhouse. If anyone could see what was going on inside the black fog, they would definitely be scared out of their wits. After a while, the black fog gradually thinned and condensed in one direction before quickly turning back into the black flying sword. Apart from young Chen, there was no one else in sight. Just like that, the dozen or so old guys who had designs on young Chen had disappeared without a trace. Overestimating yourself. Young Chen put away the 9-nether flying sword, shook his head, and then walked into the portal of the ruins as if nothing had happened. His figure soon disappeared from the portal. Is it all settled? As soon as he stepped out of the portal, young Chen heard Jiao Yu's familiar voice, and a smile appeared on young Chen's face at once. The 4 women and Li Cheng were all in the air. Young Chen jumped and floated to everyone's side, and then answered Jiao Yu's question with a smile. It's settled, it's all right. After giving the 4 women a smile, young Chen began to look around. The place where everyone was now was the center of a huge plain. The plain had a radius of thousands of miles, and at the end of the distant plain was a circle of undulating mountains. The plain and the mountains were densely covered with jungles. Standing on the ground, they couldn't see the surrounding scene at all as it was all blocked by the jungle. For some unknown reason, there was not a trace of demonic aura in this space. It was extremely strange. Chapter 1061. The demonic energy is absorbed and condensed by the array on the stone slab of the portal of the ruins. It can't diffuse here at all. Li Cheng saw young Chen's doubts and quickly explained. Only then did young Chen understand. He looked around again, only to find that there were only a few of them here. The old devils who had already come in had already gone somewhere else. Within a radius of dozens of miles, there was no one else. It's a technique that can control the inner demons. It's very interesting. It's worth a look. Li Cheng said while looking around to determine the direction to go. He couldn't see anything at all with the naked eye. This was definitely the mountain gate of the Demon Heart sect, but the specific location of the main hall had long been surrounded by these dense jungles after so many years. Even if he opened his divine awareness, he couldn't find the specific location in a short time. It was estimated that after those old demons came in, they just randomly chose a direction and then tried their luck. No one knew where the good things inside were, so they could only use this method. Li Cheng had no better way. After all, it was a place that no one had been to. It was the first time in tens of thousands of years or even longer that it was opened for the first time. It was normal to not be able to find the way. There was spiritual power distributed in all directions around, but it was very uneven. Moreover, it looked desolate here. It was unknown how long the protective array inside had been ineffective. At least from the entrance of the portal, it had been surrounded by jungle plants, and there was a sense of vicissitudes. Ling, take a closer look at which direction is it. It was obviously not a good idea for everyone to search like this. Yang Chen turned to Gong Sunling and asked her about the line of defense that everyone wanted to explore. Naturally, Gong Sunling, who had the mountain river geographical map, was the most suitable person to find the ruins. As long as they walked around this area, basically all the terrain would be formed in the mountain river geographical map. As the owner of the mountain river geographical map, Gong Sunling could easily find any suspicious location. Under the guidance of Gong Sunling, the group of people sat in the shuttle and circled around the plain. In less than half a day, the mountains and rivers of thousands of miles had been formed in the mountain river geographical map. Soon, Gong Sunling found something unusual. There are a lot of building ruins on the surrounding mountains in all four directions, but they are all very dilapidated. I can't tell what kind of buildings they are. Gong Sunling pointed in four directions and said to Yang Chen. Yang Chen had already opened up his spiritual consciousness to the maximum and had already probed the mountains thousands of miles away. Using his divine senses, he sensed the figures of the old devils scattered in all directions and analyzed which direction had the most old guys. Where are the traces of the spell formation? Yang Chen asked again. After thinking for a while, he added, the traces of the strongest defensive spell formation. Also, the location where the spirit veins are most concentrated. The best things would definitely be the best protected, so the strongest defensive array formation would definitely protect the things that were most needed. Spirit veins were the foundation of a sect. As long as they found these two things, they wouldn't have to worry about not finding something good. The direction in which the old devils had the most people seemed to be the largest spirit vein. However, if a great sealing array was opened for something like a spirit vein to be used to protect the best thing, it would definitely be the one that consumed the most spirit energy. The spirit vein with the strongest spirit energy now wasn't necessarily the same spirit vein with the strongest spirit energy in the past. After tens of thousands of years or even longer, who knew what changes there would be? Gong Sunling was an array cultivator herself, and her sensitivity to arrays naturally couldn't be matched by others, especially with a cheat like the Mountain River geographical map. In particular, there was a cheat-like thing like the geographical map of mountains and rivers. After careful analysis and comparison, two places were identified. Both places were basically in the same direction, and both matched these two characteristics. There were traces of an array, and there were dried-up spirit veins in the surroundings, which were now brewing up some weak spirit energy. In fact, there were more than 20 other places that matched these two characteristics, but the arrays in these two places were more special. One was the largest, covering a huge building complex, and the other was the smallest, only the size of a room. The arrays in these two places had already failed, but they were the most suspicious. Others didn't have Gong Sunling's means, so they could only look for the spirit vein that seemed to have the strongest spirit energy at the moment. Little did they know that the reason why those spirit veins were so strong was that they had never been consumed and had always been nurturing. Although they wouldn't say that they didn't gain anything by finding the old devils over there, they certainly wouldn't be the biggest winners. At least, Yang Chen had already discovered that the 20 or so places with traces of arrays were basically the ones that the old devils who had entered first were looking for. After all, they had been here for 3 days, and the area of tens of thousands of miles was enough for them to eliminate some of the impossible places. It was just that no one could tell which of the remaining 20 or so places it was, so they could only occupy one place for the time being and carefully search and study it. This was a job that depended on luck, so it was naturally a test of everyone's eyesight and luck. In the direction that Yang Chen and others rushed to, there were 2 old devils, but the 2 old guys were concentrated on the traces of the largest array in the area. There was a large building complex there, and it would take time to find something suitable. This area was almost 400 or 500 miles in radius, and the 2 old devils each occupied a direction and searched carefully. In other directions, there were already a few sporadic figures looking for the places with traces of the array. It was estimated that it was the second batch of masters who came in. The area was so large that it couldn't be controlled by a few people. Seeing this situation, Yang Chen simply went to the smallest place first. The size of a room, it wouldn't take long to search it. Gong Sunling pointed the way, and Yang Chen drove the shuttle, wrapped in the sea-pouring jasper lamp, quietly bypassed the large building complex from the underground, and went straight to the small area that was protected. When they arrived at the place, everyone came out of the shuttle and looked at the small ruins covered by various plants in front of them, and couldn't help but sigh. No matter how powerful the array was, it seemed that it couldn't compete with the years. The array had completely failed. It should have been a stone room that was originally protected, but now the stone room was also rooted by various jungle plants and collapsed for an unknown period of time. The hard stones in some places had also been turned into a pool of fine sand by the wind and rain. Only in a few corners could the corner of some stone sculptures be exposed. "Let's look for it," Li Cheng called, and everyone began to search carefully here. The place was really not big, and everyone was a Yuanying stage cultivator, so it was easy to dig 3 feet into the ground. Soon, Shashanshan found a piece of jade slip that looked a little incomplete from the ground. Chapter 1062. What's so good about it? Can you let this old man have a look? While Shashanshan was examining the jade slip with her divine senses, an abrupt voice suddenly rang out. The owner of the voice had originally thought that his sudden voice would definitely make these juniors jump in fright. But long after he had spoken, they didn't even show the slightest bit of surprise, as if they had already known that he would be following them. "It's just a tattered jade slip. Let's talk after we've finished reading it." Yang Chen didn't even turn his head and said a sentence. He didn't take the guy behind him seriously at all. The old devil who had spoken could be considered a quick-witted person. He hadn't been one of the first few to come in, but had been in the middle, and had probably set off half a day earlier than Yang Chen and the others. After coming in, the old man had been mulling it over. Because they had come in almost 2.5 days later, they wouldn't be able to catch up with the old guys who had come in the beginning. But he wasn't willing to come out empty-handed. After thinking it over, he felt that Yang Chen and the others were still a little mysterious, and that they might be able to gain something. Thus, the old devil stood guard near the door and waited for Yang Chen and the others to come in. As the old devil had expected, as soon as Yang Chen and the others came in, they searched in a different direction from the others. The old devil was pleasantly surprised, and in the end, he decided to follow Yang Chen and the others quietly. However, Yang Chen's flying shuttle was too fast for the old devil to catch up. But he wasn't afraid of losing them, because the old devil had a magical cloud ferret pet which could track a person's scent from thousands of li away. Before Yang Chen and the others had come in, the old devil had already made the cloud ferret remember Yang Chen and the others' scents. Thus, no matter how fast Yang Chen and the others were, the old devil still lagged far behind. The reason why Yang Chen wanted to sneak around those old guys wasn't because he was afraid of trouble, but because he wanted to buy time and avoid being disturbed. After all, there were so many destinations to choose from now, and it would be troublesome if others found out which one he had chosen, so he didn't start a fight along the way. After coming over to search, Yang Chen and Li Cheng soon found the old guy who had followed them secretly. But the old devil was alone, and no one present would care, so they didn't expose him and just minded their own business as they searched. Now that the old devil had jumped out on his own, no one paid much attention to him. What everyone was concerned about was what was recorded on the broken jade slip that Shashanshan had found. "Brat, don't be so shameless." Hearing Yang Chen's nonchalant words of asking him to wait, the old man was instantly enraged. When did the dignified Darching stage demonic cultivator suffer such anger from the younger generation? He immediately flared up. "Do you want to die?" Li Cheng was even angrier. He turned his head and glared at the old man. In Li Cheng's hands, there was a magic treasure that could strike like the wind. An expert who was stronger than the old man was also turned into dust under one strike. This was something he had seen with his own eyes. Even if there was only one strike left, it wasn't something the old man could withstand. He was the only one here, so it was better not to suffer a loss. Looking at the old devil who had suddenly become well-behaved, Sun Qingxue couldn't help laughing out loud next to him. Sun Qingshue's laughter instantly made the old devil blush, but he didn't dare say anything out of fear of Li Cheng next to him. He could only glare fiercely at Sun Qingxue with hatred in his eyes, then turn his head away and say nothing more. Shi Shanshan had already quickly finished reading the records on the jade slip, and then gave it to Yang Chen with a calm expression. Yang Chen took it and scanned it with his divine sense. There wasn't much content, and it didn't take long for Yang Chen to understand. After that, Yang Chen gave the jade slip to Li Cheng, who in turn gave it to Sun Qingxue. After a circle in the hands of Gao Yu and Gong Sun Ling, the jade slip finally returned to Yang Chen's hands. Let's see what's inside. After getting the jade slip, Yang Chen had no intention of showing it to the old devil at all, and directly put it away in his Chenkuan bag. The old devil, who was standing dumbly on the side, was fuming with rage at this scene. From the looks of it, these young people didn't take him seriously at all and acted as if they hadn't seen him. What could be more infuriating than such blatant neglect? He almost couldn't help but explode, but in the end, he was intimidated by Li Cheng and didn't dare act rashly. What was recorded on the tattered jade slip wasn't any precious technique or elixir recipe, but a simple introduction to the mental demon sect. How the mental demon sect had been formed, how many years it had been here, how their ancestors had relied on a wisp of demonic qi to establish the sect, and so on. If this jade slip had been given to any of the old devils, it was likely that they would have thrown it away straight away. But before the old devil had seen it, he had already thought that it was some incredible record, and his heart itched uncontrollably. He had done almost everything he could to take a look at its contents. While the others searched for more clues in the ruins, Yang Chen stood on the side in a daze. This jade slip recorded everything in detail, especially how the ancestor of the mental demon sect had used a wisp of demonic qi to establish the Tao, which was especially vivid. There was even a record of when the demonic qi had appeared. According to this record, the demonic qi hadn't been born on the demon continent, but had suddenly appeared one day. According to the mental demon sect ancestors' conjecture, it was possible that some point on the demon continent had suddenly connected with another world, which was why the demonic qi had seeped out. At first, the demonic qi hadn't been strong, and there had only been faint wisps. The mental demon sect ancestor had been attacked by the demonic qi, and in the process of fighting it, he had discovered the benefits of tempering the inner demon with the demonic qi. Thus, he had specially spent several hundred years studying it before he had mastered the cultivation method of the inner demon, and founded the mental demon sect. That was all that was recorded in this tattered jade slip. While Yang Chen was pondering, Gong Sunling cheered as she found another jade slip, which was also tattered. Next to her, the old devil was delighted, but then he immediately sensed a gaze that made him feel pressured. He glanced at Li Cheng, who was staring at him with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. The old devil felt a chill in his heart, and he obediently shrunk his neck, not daring to move. It's still a story, so boring, Gong Sunling mumbled after scanning it once, then handed the jade slip to Yang Chen. This is the real treasure. Yang Chen took it and scanned it with his divine sense, then his smile grew wider as he said casually. Chapter 1063. The real treasure? Listening on the side, the old devil's heart trembled, and he finally couldn't help making a move. Yang Chen's hand shook violently, and he grabbed a green light which had flown to his hand. The green light stopped and turned back into a small green sable which was struggling incessantly as Yang Chen gripped its neck. The old devil had already taken out his flying sword, but when he saw this scene, he was suddenly alarmed. He could no longer care about attacking Yang Chen, and quickly retreated to escape. That small green sable was the clouded sable which he had used to track Yang Chen and the others. The clouded sable was extremely fast and soundless. If it wasn't for their master and pet relationship, even the old devil himself wouldn't have been able to detect it. With the clouded sable's help, the old devil had already plotted against several experts with higher realms than him without fail. Just now, the old devil had ordered the clouded sable to snatch the jade slip from Yang Chen's hand. Despite its extreme speed, Yang Chen had actually been able to catch it. This speed and accuracy alone weren't something an ordinary person could achieve. The clouded sable had previously been able to plot against a darching expert, but now it had been caught by Yang Chen. If he didn't run now, when would he escape? Unfortunately, the old devil's calculations were still a little wrong. The pressure Li Cheng put on him was so great that he didn't even notice that Gong Sunling had already prepared a pocket. His figure flashed, and he fled dozens of feet away. After running for a while, the old devil realized that something was wrong. It seemed that no one was chasing him. When he turned his head, he didn't see anyone, and his divine senses couldn't detect anyone either. How was this possible? Yang Chen's group of 6 had been where they had been just a moment ago, so why was there no one now? The old devil didn't believe it, so he plucked up his courage and turned back. What excited the old devil was that there really wasn't a single person in the ruins, and he didn't know where Yang Chen, Li Cheng, and the others had gone. The old devil was overjoyed. This was a heaven-sent opportunity. No matter what, he had to see what the real treasure Yang Chen was talking about was. Having made up his mind, he quickly started to search carefully on his own. Gong Sunling put away the geographical map of the mountains and rivers, and her face was full of smiles. There was another master of the Darching stage. The mountain river geographical map was getting more and more powerful. Handing the jade slip to Li Cheng, Yang Chen began to ponder again. This jade slip recorded the reason why the sect had sealed the mountain and left. The demonic chi was getting thicker and thicker. It was no longer possible to approach the center of the demonic chi. The surrounding demonic beasts had all been demonized and their strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Most of the mental demon sect disciples could no longer withstand this level of demonic chi. Although the array formation left behind by the sect could effectively block the demonic chi, it was not a long-term solution. The demonized demonic beasts formed groups and began to target the mental demon sect. Countless disciples who had gone out to gain experience were slaughtered, and the demonic chi was also frantically seeping in. It was no longer possible to stay here, and the sect could only choose to leave. However, although the people had left, the foundation left behind by the sect could not be lost. In particular, some of the pure mental demon magic treasures left by the ancestors, which relied on the demonic chi to refine, had yet to be completed. As a last resort, the sect could only seal the mountain gate and leave it for future descendants of the sect to open. To completely solve the problem of the demonic chi, they needed to destroy the center of the demonic chi. The trouble was that the ancestors of the mental demon sect, who had the highest cultivation, couldn't do anything about that point. According to the speculation of the sect's ancestors and later masters, that point was a point that crossed the two realms. To destroy it, they needed to have the power to cut off space. It was almost impossible to have such an ability, unless they could get another magic treasure that could cross the two realms. Gong Sunling might have only seen the history of the mental demon sect and the reason for leaving, but Yang Chen saw more. The reason why he came here was to obtain some mental demon cultivation methods. Whether it was the Dao sect, the demon sect, or the demon clan, this mental demon cultivation method was a treasure. No one could escape from the mental demon, not even Yang Chen. However, if one could use the mental demon as a help in one's cultivation, the efficiency of one's cultivation would increase exponentially. Although these two jade slips did not record any of the cultivation methods of the heart demon sect, Yang Chen could probably guess some clues based on the origin of the heart demon sect. Since the ancestors of the mental demon sect used a wisp of demonic chi to trigger the mental demon and overcome it to establish the sect, what was the difference between this process and Yang Chen and the 4 girls using the 9 nether flying sword to cultivate the mental demon? Maybe Yang Chen and the 4 girls could also use this method to find the way to cultivate the mental demon. Perhaps the only difference was that when the ancestors of the mental demon sect, the demonic chi was not hot, but now the demonic chi was many times stronger, and the difficulty of cultivation was higher. In this way, if they couldn't find the cultivation method of the heart demon sect, it wouldn't make much sense for Yang Chen and the 4 women. As for Li Cheng, Yang Chen even suspected that Li Cheng had mastered this method long ago. He had never been troubled by the demonic chi. What worried Yang Chen was the record in the jade slips. The demonized beasts targeted the mental demon sect, which was really beyond Yang Chen's expectation. The consistent understanding of the demonized beasts was that they were eroded by the demonic chi and became monsters with only instincts and no thinking. Could it be that they could be commanded a long time ago? If this was the case, then the demon continent was likely to brew a huge disaster. Once the strength of the demonized beasts broke through the outer seal array, then the mortal world would suffer a catastrophe. One must know that the demonic chi could raise the strength of the demonized beasts by leaps and bounds. Now the demonic chi and the demonized beasts were trapped in the demon continent. Once it spread to the sea outside, and then to the Dao sect's territory, it would definitely be a devastating disaster. The problem was that no matter how good the seal array was, it was vulnerable in the face of the long river of time. This could be seen from the ruins of the mental demon sect. Now the seal array of the demon continent could still seal the demonic chi, but what about thousands of years later? The day when the spiritual power was exhausted, did it mean that the mortal world would become the demon world? Yang Chen was not a saint, but in the face of this kind of thing, he was also unyielding. Destroying the leakage point of the demonic chi was a great merit in itself. If there was a chance and ability, Yang Chen didn't mind getting some merit. Of course, these were all speculations, and no one could confirm it. Besides, a disaster was not imminent, and it was not certain whether the demonic chi would automatically shut down in the future. It was not realistic for Yang Chen to think about this now. While thinking, Gao found another jade slip. On this jade slip, it was a method of merging and using the space between the two worlds speculated by the mental demon sect master. However, this method required another space point that could cross the two worlds to be successful, but in this mortal time, where could there be a space point that could cross the two worlds? This was not the space of the Chenkuan bag, it was just a kind of spell of the sleeve dimension, which was not a little different from crossing the two worlds. Crossing the space between the two worlds, this was not the spatial spirit cultivation method, which let the spiritual awareness enter another world. Just thinking of the spatial spirit cultivation method, Yang Chen's body suddenly shook, and he remembered a space that could cross the two worlds. Chapter 1064. The immortal beheading platform was another Dharma treasure that Yang Chen thought of that could cross two realms. It was also the only space that could cross two realms. The immortal world could send criminals to the immortal beheading platform, but the executioner had to enter from the mortal world. It was definitely crossing two realms. What was recorded on the jade slip was simply a method to refine space directly. However, it was just a guess and had never been tested. The person who came up with this method probably didn't have the opportunity or ability to test it. The place where the demonic aura erupted was definitely not a place that ordinary people could withstand. This could be seen from the fact that the entire mental demon sect was forced to move and seal the sect. Others didn't have Yang Chen's experience, so they naturally wouldn't have thought of something as heaven-defying as the immortal beheading platform. However, in Yang Chen's eyes, this was simply a mouth-watering feast. However, at this time, Yang Chen wouldn't rashly have any ideas about the immortal beheading platform. Not to mention whether this conjectural technique was useful, Yang Chen wasn't sure if he could find the entrance to the illusory immortal beheading platform again. Li Cheng didn't say anything. In his eyes, he probably just saw some of the origins of the mental demon sect and the ability to cultivate using demonic aura. It didn't mean anything to him at all. However, in the eyes of the four women, these three jade slips were very different. Something that could make Yang Chen say it was a treasure was definitely something good. Their husband might not dare to boast about other things, but he definitely had a good eye for things. He would never misjudge anything that he fancied. The four women continued to search for other things that were worth seeing while pondering in their hearts. In fact, Yang Chen had already hinted enough. The mental demon sect could cultivate using demonic aura. What was the difference between this situation and them cultivating with the 9-nether flying sword with Yang Chen's help? It was just that the seniors of the mental demon sect had used hundreds of years to summarize a set of systematic techniques. Yang Chen's four wives, any one of them was a talented genius. They could naturally understand this kind of hint. Moreover, the contents of the jade slip not only introduced the origin, but also summarized some methods of using demonic aura. This was enough for the four women to combine their actual situation and summarize a set of effective cultivation methods. What kind of cultivation method was more suitable for him than tailoring it according to his own situation? If it was someone with mediocre aptitude, these words would naturally be nonsense, But these problems did not exist for the four women, especially with Yang Chen and Li Cheng by their side to guide them, so there was no need to worry. After a careful search, he didn't find anything else worth looking at. There seemed to be only these 3 jade slips left in this room. There were also some wooden memorial tablets that had long since decayed beyond recognition. Only a few pieces of memorial tablets made of special materials could still be identified. This place was obviously the mourning hall of the mental demon sect's patriarch. No wonder the mental demon sect had to protect it with a spirit vein. Unfortunately, with the passage of time, even with the protection of the spirit vein, it could not escape the fate of decay, leaving only these jade slips that had not been eroded by the wind. With these 3 jade slips, there was no need to consider anything else. Cultivation methods were not necessary. As for magic weapons, to be honest, everyone was from the Dao sects, and there was really no need for anything to suppress the heart demon. Those things were at best icing on the cake, and it was impossible to provide timely help. In this case, there was no need to quarrel with those old guys who were looking for things everywhere. It was important to find a safe place to figure out how to use the demonic aura first. The purpose of coming to the demon continent was to gain experience. In addition to killing experience, the rest was to be influenced by the demonic aura. Now with the guidance of the seniors of the mental demon sect, it was a rare opportunity for everyone. When the 4 women talked about their plans, Yang Chen and Li Cheng had no objection. Li Cheng didn't know what to think, but Yang Chen also planned to try the cultivation method of refining the connection between the 2 realms. As for the choice of location, everyone gathered together and decided to choose near the portal of the mental demon sect. If they wanted to leave from here, they might have to go through that portal. With so many masters of the Darching stage, wouldn't it be a pity to let them take the things and leave? Firstly, they did not get experience from them. Secondly, Gong Xuanling's mountain river geographical map was that the more masters there were, the stronger they would be, and there would never be too many people. In terms of cultivation realm, Gong Sunling was the highest now. Because of the support of the mountain river geographical map, coupled with a group of masters of the Yuanying and Darching stage unconsciously helping Gong Sunling refine her life source magic weapon, Gong Xuanling's cultivation base had improved all the way, and she was the leader among the 4 women. Now she was in the middle Yuanying stage, close to the late Yuanying stage. Next was Shishanshan. It had to be said that Shishanshan's combat awareness was definitely the strongest among the 4 women. She didn't even dabble in refining and alchemy, and focused on cultivation and flying sword. Under such circumstances, her will was tough, her cultivation base was pure, and she had cultivated longer than everyone. Her realm was second only to Gong Sunling, and she had also reached the peak of the middle Yuanying stage. Then there was Gaou, because she was a water and fire cultivator, coupled with the nourishment of the water and fire dragon armor flying sword, and the help of the purple heart heavenly fire prepared by Yang Chen. Although she had not yet been able to absorb and refine the purple heart heavenly fire, she had also made great progress. She had broken through the early Yuanying stage and entered the middle Yuanying stage. The worst was Sun Qingxue. Although her aptitude was outstanding, because her cultivation base was abolished at the beginning, and because of Hua Wanting's doting for a period of time, Sun Qingxue started a little later than the other women. But even so, she was already at the peak of the early Yuanying stage, and compared with Gaou, she was only a hair's breadth away. In terms of realm, it was Yang Chen's husband who was the worst among them. These days after coming to the demon continent, Yang Chen spent most of his time in the heart demon experience, and there was little killing. In addition, the 10 kinds of spiritual power of the Yin-Yang 5-element secret art were improved a lot slower than the other women. However, when it came to combat effectiveness, Yang Chen was not afraid of anyone except Li Cheng. At this point, all 4 of his wives knew each other, and no one would compete with Yang Chen on this. Li Cheng didn't seem to have any other changes. He was in the early Yuanying stage, and he didn't seem to be diligent in his cultivation, but Yang Chen always couldn't see through him. Fortunately, they were friends and not enemies now, otherwise Yang Chen really didn't know how to get along with Li Cheng. Soon everyone rushed to the entrance of the portal. Here, Gong Sunling directly unfolded the mountain river geographical map, covering all the surrounding 10 miles under the cover of the mountain river geographical map.